Hi there. I'm grateful to the Second Amendment Foundation for the invitation to share a few minutes of your time. I live in Northern California and work at a startup called Talking. Out here in Silicon Valley, a term we sometimes use in discussing computers or computer security is something called an attack vector. This is how a hacker gains access to something he shouldn't or takes over a system. Often these attack vectors are there because of oversights by the system's designers, and they fail to anticipate ways the system can be exploited. This creates vulnerabilities. Like email was never designed to be secure against spam from Nigeria or attacks by guys in Eastern Europe pretending to be your bank. Today's society has a vulnerability as well. Our political system is vulnerable to small pressure groups funded by very wealthy people like Michael Bloomberg or George Soros with very specific interests. The framers of the Constitution were brilliant in many ways, but they never expected that the rights protected by it could be subverted by spending lots and lots of money. Bloomberg money was successful in defeating concealed carry reciprocity in a Senate floor vote. It was successful in a Washington state ballot initiative mandating background checks. Bloomberg himself bragged about his success as a Democrat debate, saying that of the 40 House seats Democrats flipped in 2018, quote, 21 of those were people that I spent $100 million to help elect. He seemed to start saying before stopping himself that he bought the Democrats their majority, and he probably did. But wow. Imagine if you had billionaires, some of the richest people in the world, spending untold dollars to virtually eliminate the right to vote. Maybe only property owners, maybe it's a poll tax. To make this happen, they create a foundation fund for a fair vote, which funds research intended to explain why it would be such a good idea to repeal the Voting Rights Act or maybe some portions of the Constitution. Or imagine this, you have a super rich funding a collaborative for the study of abuse of trial by jury that's designed to get rid of this check on abusive prosecutions, which might be pretty important real soon in Wisconsin's prosecution of a 17-year-old with an AR. Or imagine the International Action Network on Suffrage, this hypothetical network that publishes lots and lots of op-eds in newspapers on every continent arguing that the world would become a much better place if we simply eliminate every woman's right to vote. Now, how many of those campaigns, these hypothetical groups, would we view as an appropriate use of wealth and influence? Any of them? So why should we view it as appropriate for some of the wealthiest people in the world to use their money and influence to eliminate a different constitutional right? Now, I should say I'm hardly a socialist. There's nothing wrong with being wealthy. I'd be delighted to be 10% as successful as some of these guys. The problem is not wealth, but misuse of it. You have the rich and the powerful taking advantage of a political and constitutional vulnerability, is sort of a security vulnerability that the framers never anticipated. And this vulnerability exists in areas that are not really obvious. For instance, you might hope that Facebook and Instagram's supposedly independent oversight board might actually be, independent. But an article by Cheryl Atkinson published last month at RealClearInvestigations.com says that 18 of 20 members of this supposedly independent oversight board, quote, collaborated with or are tied to groups that have received funding from the Open Society Foundations. Now, maybe the Open Society Foundations does some good work, but I think we can probably agree that this group does not exactly have a history of neutrality on Americans' right to self-defense and might even have some very pointed views on that topic. I was reading a CNN article recently. It was meant to be an attack on the NRA, but somehow it slipped past the editors anyway. Instead, it was an interesting look at how the NRA's Political Action Committee is funded. I'm quoting from CNN here. Contributions came from nearly 30,000 donors to the PAC, with about 90% of donations made by people who gave less than $200 in a single year. According to the NRA, the average donation is about $35. The CNN article also listed the top donors to the NRA's Political Action Committee. Number 1, computer programmer, gave a grand total of $50,000 in 10 years. Number 2, retiree in Florida. Number 3, Microsoft engineer. Number 4, retiree in Wyoming. And number 5, an Albertsons pharmacist, totaling $17,000 over the last decade. Now, those were the top 5. The number 1 donor, the computer programmer, told CNN, it's, quote, it's a good percentage of my income, maybe 10%, but I wanted to do everything I can easily do to preserve my freedoms. Now, look at this and think about it. Look at the difference. Now, this fellow is donating a sizable chunk of his income to preserve freedom and protect constitutional liberties. It's probably causing a little bit of financial hardship. I'd notice if I lost 10% of my income. But the billionaire guys, on the other hand, are not only not experiencing any financial hardship, but they're donating their money for the opposite reason, to restrict freedom. There are ways we can fix this political vulnerability we inherited. We can increase disclosures of out-of-state funding. We can make it more difficult for groups funded by out-of-state cash to put items on the ballot. We can create local or special interest news organizations to bypass legacy media. We can recognize when journalists are partisan activists instead of truth tellers and call them out. Some are good old-fashioned honest reporters. I have some friends who are, but not enough are. We can create our own platforms, even smaller local ones, after big technology companies inform us that our views are unacceptable and will no longer be allowed. Then you can probably think of more. This is not a new debate. It actually came up during the debates over the Constitution way back when. The framers were being criticized for giving undue influence to the wealthy and the well-born. Now, that term, the quote, wealthy and well-born, was a term used by the critics of this fledgling effort to create the Constitution in the first place. And Hamilton answered his critics by writing in the Federalist Papers, essentially, that he viewed this kind of outcome as impossible or at least implausible. He wrote that if the tyranny of the wealthy happened, voters would, quote, overthrow their tyrants and substitute men who would be disposed to avenge the violated majesty of the people. Now, Hamilton and the framers may have accidentally created this vulnerability in our political system, but they might be right on that point. And fortunately, the tyrants have not won. We still do have the right to vote. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rob Pincus, the Executive Vice President of Second Amendment Organization and the Executive Director of Personal Defense Network. And right now, I'm doing a horrible job of pretending that I'm at the Gun Rights Policy Conference, talking to a large crowd in Orlando, Florida, because that's where we were supposed to be. It's September of 2020, and the fact is I am in Florida, but I'm at the classroom at Ancient City Shooting Range, a place where I would probably never be wearing a suit, but again, we're pretending this is the Gun Rights Policy Conference. The fact is, that's BS. Because of concerns over a pandemic, we are not having an in-person Gun Rights Policy Conference this year, and we are doing this virtually. So we're delivering our message to you through video. And I really do appreciate you watching. I appreciate you sharing this, watching all the videos from all the speakers, and making sure that they get shared as well. In fact, this year, I'm predicting that more people will see these speeches because the only way we have to see them is virtual. I want you to think about how you can make this a positive. Because once again, it's BS to think that it's a failure because we weren't able to have the Gun Rights Policy Conference in person. Now, the questions about why we weren't able to have Gun Rights Policy Conference in person are closely related to the topic that I was asked to speak on today, along with some other people that were going to be on a panel with me. And we're talking about BS in the sense of Bloomberg and Soros, some of the biggest names and certainly some of the biggest bank accounts that are behind gun control. Now, this year, we're not having a real Gun Rights Policy Conference, and whether you believe that's a good idea or not, the fact is that the people who run convention centers, the people who handle travel and booking, the people who handle catering, the people who handle these types of events all across our country have been convinced that it's not a good idea, that there's not a safe way to do it. Governments, local, regional, state, obviously, and federal, have been put in a position where they don't want the liability, or they do want the control that puts them in a position of not allowing events like the Gun Rights Policy Conference take place, even in what has traditionally, for the last 20 or 30 years at least, been an incredibly gun-friendly state, Florida. And I don't think this has anything to do with guns. Let's be really clear about that. It's not the pandemic crisis keeping conventions from happening because the Gun Rights Policy Conference can't happen. This is affecting us across the country. It's affecting us across belief structures. It's affecting us as a society. And what's driving it is the media. What's driving it is social media. What's driving it is a narrative and an agenda that goes in the face of what many Americans are experiencing every day. And that's one of the most important reasons that it's BS. Because we could have found a way. We would have been responsible. We could have distanced. We could have used hand sanitizer. We could be wearing masks. We could be doing all that and find the best way possible to have the Gun Rights Policy Conference in person. But we're not. We weren't given the option. It just wasn't viable. It wasn't tenable this year. And what I want to make sure is that going into this election season, gun owners remember that it is absolutely 100% tenable, viable, that there is a solution, that there is a way forward out of the chaos we're in and out of the fear that we're in of losing our gun rights. Seeing massive gun restrictions and gun control come in the wake of this next election cycle from the likes of those supported by Bloomberg, Soros, and others who have big bank accounts, louder voices than other individuals who don't have those bank accounts and who want to take away our guns, or at least enact incredibly strict restrictions upon our right to keep and bear arms, in violation and infringement of those rights being protected by the Second Amendment. And that's why it's so important that you do your work. That you do your work, not just to share these videos, because I'm going to get back to why I think this is going to be the biggest year ever, but not just to share these videos and share these messages from the speakers, but also to be inspired by them to go out and do the work yourself. One of the most important missions we have at Second Amendment Organization is to work at the grassroots level to inform people of how they can be better gun rights advocates. Because when the experiences that people are having in their everyday lives are different from what the anti-gun media or the left-leaning media or the gun controllers' paid advertisements or propaganda are telling them, they will refute those messages. They will stand up to that rhetoric. They will realize that their neighbors who go to work every day, who drop their kids off at school, who hang out with them at the coffee shop, who work with them, whether it's in the office, in the garage, out in the field, or in a cubicle setting, those co-workers that they have, those community members that they have, the parents of the other kids in their kids' school programs and sports programs are gun owners. We're all everyday people. And whether we're wearing a suit, or we're wearing a shop shirt, or we're wearing a t-shirt, or we wear a uniform and as a first responder or in the military, we are all Americans. And we are responsible. We are responsible gun owners, by and large, overwhelmingly, 99.9%. The message of Second Amendment Organization, the message of the gun-owning community should be, look around you. We are everywhere. And we're even larger in number this year than we ever have been before. And we know that a lot of new people have come into the gun-owning community. And their experiences are going to be the same as what I'm preaching to you. The idea that regardless of what you hear, regardless of the money that gets spent, regardless of the rhetoric, regardless of what people say about gun safety, regardless of what people say about how gun owners are irresponsible, gun owners don't care, gun owners aren't doing anything to stop negative outcomes with guns, prove them wrong. Prove them wrong every single day. Carry responsibly, store your guns responsibly, stage your defensive firearms in your home, workplace, vehicle, and again on your body responsibly. Reckless open carry, confrontational open carry, unsecured guns with kids in the house, loaded guns in purses without holsters, that all needs to stop. Fearing mental health needs to stop. The idea that we can't talk about responsible gun ownership, the idea that we can't talk about the simple fact that if we have to take the car keys away from one of the older adults in our family, we might want to think about taking the guns away, that's an okay conversation to have. Not the government coming in and taking away those guns, but us sitting down with someone that we fear has perception or judgment issues, mental health issues that are causing them to maybe have issues controlling their rage, issues controlling suicidal impulses or tendencies. Those are times when we need to intervene. You have a friend who's a gun owner who doesn't lock his guns up, who keeps them loaded and out where the kids can get to them, his kids or neighbor kids or visiting kids. Don't care how responsible they are, don't care how lucky they've been. Talk to them about securing those guns in a smarter way. And when we set that example, when we're out there saying, yes, we're aware there are negative outcomes, right? This whole crowd that isn't in this room right now, those of you who are at home, when you realize the power you have to address that, yes, there are issues related to guns where they create problems in our society, it's not the gun that creates the problem. It's the opportunity for someone who isn't of sound mind, who wants to commit violence, who wants to commit acts of crimes, having access to those guns. And we are the ones who can control that. Not gun grabbers, not Bloomberg, not Soros, not Shannon Watts, not the Democratic National Convention, not the Democratic Party, not any elected official. It's us. It's American gun owners that have that power. So it's BS to play victim, honestly. It's BS to claim that we're being outspent and that's somehow hurting us. The only thing that's hurting us is our lack of willingness to grab the power and influence we have at the grassroots level. And I want you to do that. I want you to do it exactly right now because you can, right? If you were here in this room with me and there were 1,000 of us, 1,100 of us, 1,200, 1,500 of us in Florida right now, we would be excited, we would be high-fiving, we would be cheering, we would be taking selfies, we'd be talking about gun rights policy conference, and then we'd go home. And a lot of these messages that you're watching virtually on your tablet, on your smartphone, on your computer, on your screen, being streamed in your home or your office, wherever you are, you can click on the share button right now. You can copy and paste the URL link right now. You can go to social media and create a live watch party right now. Do it. Don't just do it for me. Don't just do it for this speech. Do it for every speech you hear, because this speech honestly should be shared with gun owners, I think. I'm talking to us. I'm talking to our community right now about the power we have and the fear we don't need to have. But there's going to be other messages that are important to share with people you know who aren't gun owners. And they're skeptical of who gun owners are. Maybe they need to hear from some of the people that are talking about responsibility, talking about mental health, talking about education, talking about training, talking about all the new gun owners that need to learn from us, the experienced, responsible American gun community. We don't cede that power, and that power can't be taken away from us. That's BS. Thanks for listening. Thanks for supporting Second Amendment Foundation, and thank you to the Second Amendment Foundation and the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms for having me be part of the 2020 virtual Gun Rights Policy Conference.
Welcome to GRPC 2020. I'm Dan Wass. As gun owners, we often wonder how some people can be so easily manipulated to fear guns and hate gun owners. How is it that they can see violence at their own doorstep and still denounce gun ownership and refuse to protect themselves and their families? How can they watch innocent children and teachers be slaughtered in schools because bureaucrats decided to remove all armed security and deem the school a gun-free zone? I was talking to an anti-gunner, someone that I've known for several years, and he told me that if someone broke into his home, he would sit them down and have a conversation with them. They don't see gun ownership and self-preservation through a lens of reality, and I'll show you why that is. If I told you gun owners are reckless and that they intentionally put everyone else in danger, you'd think I was crazy. If I told you guns cause people to act violently, you'd dismiss me as some kind of radical nut. And rightfully so, because you know better. But if you didn't know any better, and if I told you gun owners were recklessly and intentionally putting everyone in danger, and that guns cause people to act violently, and I told you this every single day, you might start to believe it. If I told you gun owners are reckless and dangerous and guns cause violence every single day, and in every gun-related news story, and in every anti-gun article that makes the first 2 pages of a Google search, you might actually start to believe this. Now, what if I brought those questions to friends and family and I asked them, are gun owners reckless and dangerous? Do guns cause people to act violently? And what if they told me, of course, because that's the same thing that they heard? What if I decided to do what most people won't do, and I decided that I want to find out for myself if gun owners are reckless and dangerous, and I also wanted to find out if guns actually cause people to act violently. So I researched actual gun-related studies. And all the studies said the same thing, that yes, in fact, gun owners are reckless and dangerous, and more gun restrictions would reduce violence. What if the reports that I found were regurgitated reports from Bloomberg-funded gun studies published in publications like the Huffington Post or New York Times, and then aired on news outlets like CNN and NBC, with so-called experts confirming that gun owners are reckless and dangerous, and the reason there's so much so-called gun violence is because we need more gun control laws? And what if they even came up with that term, gun violence, for the purpose of demonizing guns and pushing their gun control agenda? What if anti-gun politicians and media outlets agreed to always use the term gun violence as often as possible because they understand the power of interpretation, and their goal is to scare people who don't know any better? What if they also provided a solution to their manufactured fear? What's the solution? Well, more gun control laws, of course. They know that they can manipulate society to view guns as violent objects if they shape the narrative correctly. Now, if you didn't know any better, you'd no longer question the accusations. By now, you would believe them wholeheartedly and include these fabricated ideas in your belief structure and your own thought process when the topic of guns comes up. You would have now been convinced that gun owners are reckless and dangerous and guns cause people to act violently. Or even worse, guns themselves are violent. It's brainwashing. This is why anti-gunners are so vigilant. This is why they fight so hard for more gun restrictions. It's because they're scared to death of guns and they're taught to hate gun owners. I mean, how would you feel about someone who you believed was recklessly and intentionally putting your life in danger just so they could have their silly guns? They know in their mind for a fact that gun owners are reckless and dangerous and guns cause violence. This is how anti-Second Amendment radicals create a fear of guns and a hatred toward gun owners. This is their truth, and they will fight to defend their truth. They believe that their activism will save lives because they don't know any better, because that's all they know. They think that they're the good guys. They've been taught wrong, and they're conditioned every night at 6 p.m. when the evening news comes on. This is what we're up against, folks. This is the landscape that we're trying to preserve our rights in. It's a corrupt landscape with a fake narrative and tons of propaganda and lies to support it. So what can we do? Well, we reshape the narrative. We push back on the fake news. We tell them there's no such thing as gun violence. We tell them that there's only human violence. And we bring them to the cause of that human violence. We show them how violence occurs. We point out the government-created dependency, otherwise known as the welfare system. We point out sanctuary cities where mayors let maniacs, domestic terrorists, and anarchists run wild. We show them how children are being raised to devalue the lives of others. We show them how state governors are releasing criminals from prison. We remind them how Democrat mayors and governors in towns and cities just like theirs are defunding police departments to side with a radical left-wing ideology. And we remind them how those very same Democrats are working hard to disarm them and convince them to denounce gun ownership, so they too will be dependent on their government. We remind them that it was Joe Biden who introduced the Gun-Free School Zones Act in 1990. Where innocent children and teachers have been killed at a rate of almost double since the bill was signed into law. We ask them if they like the idea of being unarmed, helpless, and dependent upon their government and a defunded police department, or if they'd prefer having the ability to defend themselves and be able to exercise their own free will. You see, their fear of guns is stronger than their fear of being a victim in an attack. That's how they've been trained. Their fear of guns is stronger than their fear of being a victim. As a matter of fact, they've been taught to believe that criminals are victims of society. They've been taught to develop a compassion for violent criminals. We ask them to look back at what caused their fear of guns. We help them see how the media influence changed their perspective. We ask them to compare their fear of catching a virus to their fear of guns. And we ask them what was the driving force behind the messaging. How are they influenced? Fear. It's the strongest human motivator. And if we can help the fearful recognize how they've been manipulated, we may be able to wake them up. This year and every year, we choose freedom over tyranny. This year, when it comes time to vote, we remind our government who they work for, because the Second Amendment is not a privilege, it's our right.
My name is MASSAD AYOOB. I've been invited to the Gun Rights Policy Conference to talk to you about law enforcement's general attitude toward gun control. You've all heard the prohibitionists tell you the cops are with us, the cops want to ban assault weapons and anything over 10 rounds and all that. Take that with a big dose of salt. There are 800,000 cops in America, and we do not speak in one voice with a hive mind. I'll tell you where my background comes from on it. 40-some years in law enforcement, beginning in the early 70s till my retirement in 2017, at ranks of patrolman through captain. During that period, I had the privilege of spending 19 years as chair of the Firearms Deadly Force Training Committee for American Society of Law Enforcement Trainers, and about 17 years on the advisory board of the International Law Enforcement Educators and Trainers Association. What that did was to bring me each year in contact with hundreds and hundreds of police trainers who are responsible for both the in-service training of all their officers and the training of new recruits, all of whom kept a finger on the pulse of their people and how they felt about relative issues. And I'm here to tell you the great majority of street cops that I've run across are in favor of responsible armed citizenry. The reason is simple. All of us in the emergency services, law enforcement, fire service, emergency medical service, know our prime directive is the preservation of life. And also, we understand response times and the time-space continuum. The doctors tell us that brain death, when the heart stops or air can no longer reach the lungs, that within 5 minutes, irreversible brain death is going to occur. Response times vary nationwide depending on geography, demographics, and even the weather of the day, but the most commonly heard average is 11 minutes response time. Why do you think every firefighter you know encourages private citizens to have fire extinguishers and sprinkler systems? Because they know that if a fire blooms on the kitchen stove, 11 minutes from now it will have involved the entire home and everyone in it is burned to death or asphyxiated. But if the homeowner can simply grab a fire extinguisher and end it there, the destruction is limited to a couple of $100s in smoke damage. Why do you think every paramedic and EMT you know strongly urges people to learn basic first aid, basic CPR, the Heimlich maneuver? Because they know if they have to wait for the paramedics, the patient might not make it. They call us the first responders. We're really the official first responders. The real first responders are the people there on the ground where life-threatening danger breaks out. And we all know if they can deal with it, they'll save life when we can't get there to do it for them. And that's why so many cops who've seen the reality of the streets make sure that when they're at work, their spouse has a gun at home to protect the kids. And they understand why you do too. Don't take just my word for it. Out there in law enforcement land, there are certain closed groups, closed forums that are open only to police, and the moderators have to see your credentials before they allow you to enter. One of the best of the police forums is a forum called Police One. In 2013, they did a survey that encompassed over 15,000 law enforcement professionals in the United States. About 70% are what I would call street cops, patrolmen, road deputies, investigators, troopers, and the remainder administrators and those in the training function. They were asked their feelings about the various gun control issues. The results, 95% said a 10-round magazine limit would do nothing to affect crime in America. Nothing. There were just a little over 7% who thought a 10-round magazine limit for the general public might be beneficial. But what might be the most telling result of that survey, 20.5% of those street cops said that that ban would make things worse for public safety in the United States. 61% of them said that if they were the chief law enforcement officer, they would not enforce draconian gun laws like that. And almost 90% felt that armed citizens being present at the scene of a mass murder or so-called active shooter incident would reduce the number of casualties, reduce the number of deaths. We spoke about the time-space continuum. Okay, we found over the years that the person who there at the scene can take control is the one who's going to mitigate things. If you look at two very similar patterns of church shootings that occurred just in the last few years in Texas, in one church where there was no one armed, the man was able to kill 26 people before an armed citizen who lived nearby heard the gunfire, grabbed his AR-15, and brought the matter to an end. But in late December of last year at White Settlement, Texas, they had an armed citizen security team, volunteer members of the congregation in place. The man opened fire. He was able to claim only 2 victims before he was shot in the head and killed. The man had a pocket full of ammunition, and he had time to kill some more of the 240 people who were there. The cops recognize that, the cops understand that. And that's why it's been my experience in American law enforcement that the street cops want you able to protect yourselves because they understand the citizen's defensive firearm in the home or lawfully carried on the street is a direct analog to that fire extinguisher they tell them to have in their homes when they get the lecture from the fire department. Each of those instruments, the fire extinguisher and the defensive firearm, is a symbol of a public safety profession. Neither of them make you that professional by the mere possession of them. But each of them is a first responder, life-saving emergency rescue tool that allows you to hold the line against death until those trained professionals can get there with their special equipment. In the 40-some years I spent in law enforcement, I worked under 8 different chiefs of police. Only one of them was anti-gun, and he had come to us from NYPD, and in his history, he never touched a gun until he went to the police academy. He and some others like him felt that, well, it's our privilege, it's our badge of office and training, and there are some who feel that way. But as I've said, the majority who've seen the reality of the streets know otherwise. Did you ever notice the people the prohibitionists trot out to tell you we cops want more gun control is almost always the chief of police in a very blue city? The chief law enforcement officers who will stand up and tell you, I want my public carrying guns, tend to be the sheriffs. Now, why do you suppose that is? Well, go to the source of the power. The sheriff is an elected official, and he or she tends to reflect the values, the needs, the safety of their community. In most cities, the chief of police is an appointed official. The appointing authority is the mayor, the city council, and if they're blue, he'd better be blue, or he's not going to get all those pretty stars on the collar, that nice fat salary in a world where a cop's pension is determined by the average of their 3 highest paid years. And that's why you see so many of them dancing on the puppet strings of anti-gun politicians. Talk to the people out there where the rubber meets the road. Talk to the street cops. They're on your side. And I'll leave you with a final thought. American law enforcement and the armed American citizen are natural allies in the war against crime, in the fight for public safety and peace on our streets. Thank you for coming.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or whatever time it is. It's great to be here with you, even though it's virtual, to talk about gun rights. MASSAD, AYOOB, and I are still trying to figure out exactly what a virtual panel discussion looks like, and more importantly, how we're going to figure out how to do the virtual beer afterwards. I'll let you know how that works out. I've been coming to the Gun Rights Policy Conference off and on for several years. In the past, I've always been asked to talk about international firearms policy issues, the United Nations Arms Trade Treaty, for example. But this year, I was asked to speak about law enforcement and the Second Amendment. By way of background, my connection to law enforcement began when I came back from Vietnam, and I left active duty and went to law school. And while in law school, I was asked by the local Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission if I wanted to serve as an undercover investigator. They explained they would furnish me a badge. I'd have to provide my own firearm, which is never a bad thing. I was also expected to set my own hours and would be given a monthly drinking allowance so I could work undercover. This is a college town, and I was a law student, and that seemed to be about as close to heaven as a person could get right then. After several years practicing law and serving as a prosecutor and also as a reserve deputy sheriff, I went back on active duty. Fast forward a number of years, and I retired and was working in as a consultant in the military and law enforcement firearms industry, when I was asked by the same local sheriff to once again serve as a special deputy and to help him start a firearms training program. That I've been doing that for about 16 years. That expanded, of course, beyond just firearms training into use of force training in other areas. So truth in advertising, I've never served as a uniformed road deputy or patrol officer, but I've had a pretty good perch to watch law enforcement issues evolve over the years. And so when I was asked if I'd share some personal opinions on some issues, I said I would take a shot at that. The history of law enforcement and the Second Amendment is a complex one, sometimes contradictory. It's subject to the tides of time and the realities of geopolitical differences across this country of ours. It also has at times been a hazardous intersection. And I think that's because anytime we talk about gun control laws, they're written in the marbled halls of legislatures, but they're enforced on the side of the road at midnight by patrolmen, sheriff's deputies, far away from those marbled halls of legislatures. It's also really important to remember that the origins of gun control in this country are steeped in race and class. It was never about keeping guns out of the hands of rich people. This means much of the work that has to be done to enforce those laws is done in neighborhoods that are far away from the country club, in places where police work has to be done in a sometimes highly volatile environment where even when everything is done right, it can lead to chaos, resentment, tragedy. But it's obviously of great long-term importance to the widespread public acceptance of the Second Amendment if law enforcement is seen to be even-handed in respecting the rights of those who exercise their Second Amendment rights without regard to their race. We need to understand that the police have to be neutral in how they enforce the law. If it's okay for a group of citizens to go to their state capitol wearing full battle rattle and carrying M4 rifles or carbines to peacefully protest anti-COVID measures, for example, then law enforcement has to be, I think, equally accepting of armed members of a group like NFAC. This is a new group. I think it stands for Not Fooling Around Coalition, or words to that effect. But if they show up also armed to peacefully protest police brutality, they have to be afforded the same treatment. Because when there's a perceived difference in how law enforcement views the exercise of Second Amendment rights, when those rights are examined and adjudicated through the lens of race, that perception can weaken support for gun rights overall. It's not much of a constitutional right, in my view, if it only applies to one race or class of people. Earlier this week, I read an article in which the author argued that the real reason so many black men are shot by police in this country is because guns are too easy to come by. He argued that if guns were hard for civilians to get, the police would be less likely to fear a black man they encounter on the street, fear that he might be armed. I've got a lot of trouble following that particular logic trail. First of all, well-trained police officers tend to be just as conscious of the threats posed by knives and other weapons as they are of the risk of being shot. If all the civilian guns disappeared overnight, I would seriously doubt that police officers would suddenly feel free to abandon caution when approaching someone they don't know in a law enforcement situation. Second, as someone who works with law enforcement on a regular basis, someone who has studied hundreds of officer-involved shootings, I know that police don't usually make the decision of whether or not to use lethal force based on the race of the person they're dealing with. It may happen sometimes. In fact, we know that race has played a factor in some shootings by police officers, but I think that's the exception. I think it's pretty rare, and I think most always it's conduct, not color, that determines how that encounter turns out. However, unfortunately, even though drilling down into an individual case will usually result in a finding that the police shooting was justified, that the race was not a factor, we're in a place today where the cumulative weight of such incidents nationwide tends to drown out the findings in a particular case. Every incident, particularly those where there was a question about whether the use of lethal force was necessary, leaves behind a grieving family and a community with little faith in the fairness of the criminal justice system. And that's just where we are right now. And I think this has important implications for our society, for law enforcement, and for the Second Amendment. Those of you who remember the McDonald versus Chicago, Illinois case several years ago may remember that Otis McDonald was a working class black man who lived in a bad neighborhood in Chicago and wanted to legally purchase a handgun for his protection and that of his family. But he could not do that under Chicago law, so he brought suit. Ultimately, the case landed before the United States Supreme Court, and they used that case to rule that the right to keep and bear arms under the Second Amendment was in fact a fundamental civil right and that it applied everywhere in this country. I had the honor of meeting Otis McDonald several years ago. He's impressed me as a man of surpassing grace and dignity. He has now passed from the scene. I hope that all of us who cherish the right to keep and bear arms never forget the fact that his case, the one that firmly established that right for all of us, was won for us by a black man. The irony is inescapable now, I think, that we're in a situation where black citizens who live in neighborhoods where legally owning and carrying a gun would seem like a pretty good idea to most of us, are very reluctant to do so because of their fears that even though they're carrying legally, having a gun on them, if stopped by the police, could result in their being killed. That's particularly sad because these people should be our natural allies in the fight to protect the Second Amendment. But the reality is they have to take into account in making a decision whether or not to carry factors that most of us don't even have to think about. That's why I think cases like that of Philando Castile several years ago are so problematic. If you recall, he was a black man with a valid Minnesota concealed carry permit who was stopped by the police for a broken taillight, ended up being shot and killed by the police officer after he told him that he was legally carrying a firearm. Predictably, there were varying views about why that happened. The jury found the officer not guilty of manslaughter. The questions remain as to why we, who value the Second Amendment and the right to carry legally, didn't seem all that upset about that particular outcome. The obvious question that was asked is whether we would have been okay if the deceased had been white, and whether we value the right of a black person to legally carry a firearm as much as that of a white person. So once again, we're seeing this nexus between law enforcement and the Second Amendment, and we need to be aware of its potential for bending the argument about whether those rights should be supported. The other area I want to comment on briefly is the effort we see in a lot of parts of the country right now to get sheriffs and other state and local law enforcement officials to pledge not to enforce gun control laws they think are unconstitutional. In one sense, there's nothing to dislike about this. It's somewhat reassuring. In another sense, I think it's probably more an expression of political beliefs than it is a solution to an actual problem right now. And that's because state and local officials are already cannot be required to enforce federal laws. You may recall that several years ago, when the Brady Act was established, this was before the NICS instant background check system was established. The bill would have required local law enforcement officers to run background checks for persons wishing to purchase firearms. A group brought suit, and the United States Supreme Court ruled that this was a clear violation of the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. You simply cannot require local officials to enforce federal laws of any kind. And that's why, for example, when Congress decided an important tool in combating drunk driving would be to raise the national minimum age for purchasing alcohol to 21. But rather than passing such a law and demanding that the states enforce it, Congress instead simply said, we will withhold federal highway trust funds from any state that doesn't amend its law to raise the age limit. So while I think these are people with good intentions, I admire certainly local law enforcement officers who pledge not to enforce unconstitutional laws. I'm not sure what the practical value of such a pledge is. And I think there is a potential downside to that philosophy. And it consists of putting law enforcement rather than the courts in the business of deciding what it is not a constitutional right. The implicit basis for such a philosophy is that it's a proper role for police officers to interpret the Bill of Rights and decide what applies under what circumstances. And I think once we empower the police to get involved in making those determinations rather than the courts, we're inviting police officers to pick and choose among constitutional rights and decide which ones they will respect. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think it could lead us to a slippery slope. However, I'm perfectly okay with the sheriff in my county, deciding my constitutional rights under the Second Amendment. Because I've known him for 4 years, and I know how he feels about the Second Amendment. If he ever retires, I don't know who will take his place. I don't know how they're going to feel about those things. And I definitely don't want that decision being made by law enforcement officers in other parts of the country, some of whom are very anti-Second Amendment. And I think the slippery slope could take us to a point where we have to ask the question, would we want the police deciding the extent of other constitutional rights? If they can interpret and apply the Second Amendment, why not the First? Why can't they decide what it's okay for me to say? About letting law enforcement officers decide whether or not we really have a right under the Fourth Amendment to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. The Fifth Amendment, do we want the police deciding whether or not we have the right to keep silent when being questioned? Now this seems far-fetched, but all really bad ideas start out sometimes as one that didn't seem too bad. So I'm personally more comfortable with the courts deciding what our rights are than letting law enforcement decide what is and is not constitutional. As I say, I think the folks behind this movement mean well, but I really don't think it's down the road we may decide it was not really a good idea. When it comes to the Second Amendment, the courts, I think, are making progress. I know it's taking longer to get there than a lot of us hope. But I think I hope everyone attending this conference understands that among the biggest factor in our successes so far has been the work of Alan Gottlieb and Julianne Burstell. They don't get much publicity, but they're winning this fight one court case at a time. McDonald versus Chicago was their case 10 years ago, and that is the fundamental case that establishes our rights. Without that decision, the law would still be that you only have a Second Amendment right to own a firearm in Washington, D.C. If you're looking for a way to help make a real difference in defending the Second Amendment, you might consider supporting Julianne and Alan and their work with the Second Amendment Foundation. Well, those are some of my random thoughts. Now I'll go back to trying to figure out how to get MASSAD to buy me that virtual beer we were talking about. Thanks for watching. May God continue to bless our great country, and have a good day. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph GREENLEE. I am the Director of Research at the Firearms Policy Coalition, and today, along with David Kopel of the Independence Institute, I'll be discussing some of the cases that we worked on over the last year. Before I get started, I'd like to thank SAF and the Citizens Committee for having us back, and I'd like to encourage everyone watching to try to attend next year's GRPC when we can all get back together in person finally. If you haven't been to the event before, it's well worth your while. As you've seen from today's presentations, there's just a ton of information about everything going on across the country. And it's really inspirational to meet everybody who's like yourselves, who are doing so much to defend our freedoms. So I hope to see you there. And I'd also like to welcome all the new gun owners. There have been over 5 million first-time gun purchases so far in 2020. And for those of you who may be watching, I'm confident that you'll find the firearms community to be among the most welcoming communities out there. And I'm just thrilled that so many people are being introduced to the countless joys and benefits of gun ownership. So now for our cases. We at the Firearms Policy Coalition have filed, since last year's GRPC, amicus briefs in 18 Second Amendment cases, which by my count at least is the most of any pro-gun organization. And I'd love for you to check them out if you're interested. They're available. They're all listed at firearmspolicy.org/legal. I'm only going to discuss a few of them today. The first one is Zoe H. versus Nebraska. Zoe H. is a minor from Nebraska who was accused of attempted theft of an item valued over $5,000, which is a felony under Nebraska law. Zoe H. requested a jury trial, but the court denied her request and convicted her at a bench trial. As a result of her conviction, she can no longer possess a firearm until she turns 25. She challenged this conviction, alleging that it violates her Second and Sixth Amendment rights, Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms, and Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. And her argument was that any law serious enough to deprive her of a constitutional right, her right to arms, must be serious enough to entitle her to a jury trial. The Supreme Court of Nevada had just held that in a recent case, but unfortunately here the Supreme Court of Nebraska rejected her argument, and so she is now petitioning the United States Supreme Court, asking it to hear her case. Mr. Kopel and I filed an amicus brief in support of her petition, representing FPC, SAF, and the Independence Institute, among other groups. And we argued in our brief that the prohibition on Zoe H. was unconstitutional for two reasons. First, and I'll elaborate on this in discussing the next cases because there's some overlap. But in the founding era, it was only violent people who were prohibited from possessing arms. That was the understanding when they ratified the Second Amendment, and so ban on a non-violent person like Zoe H. is unconstitutional. And secondly, 19 to 25-year-olds have full Second Amendment protections. We focus on the ages 19 to 25 because those are the ages of majority that Nebraska's law affects, and it's also the ages that Zoe H. herself focused on. But just to be clear, our arguments apply just as strongly to 18-year-olds and should have some impact on people younger than that. We pointed out in our brief hundreds of statutes from the colonial and founding eras requiring gun ownership among 19 to 25-year-olds, including over 200 militia statutes. Usually militia ages were 16 to 60. Oftentimes it expressly included men. It was limited to men, but it was males 16 to 60, and they were responsible for acquiring their own firearms and keeping them at home so that they had them ready and available when they were called out to militia service. But in addition to these, there were also many laws unrelated to militia service, and these applied to women as well as men. For example, many colonies had laws requiring gun ownership by all heads of households, freeholders, taxable persons, and those expressly exempted from militia service. Such laws existed from Plymouth Colony in 1632 all the way through and beyond the ratification of the Second Amendment over a century and a half later. Virginia, starting in 1623, required you to carry a firearm to do all sorts of typical outdoor activities such as traveling, working in the fields, going to church, attending court. And then there were laws like North Carolina's in 1664 and Virginia's in 1701 that if you wanted to be eligible for a land grant then from the state, then you had to have somebody between the ages of 16 and 60 in your home, and that person had to own a firearm. In contrast, there were no laws prohibiting 19 to 25-year-olds from possessing firearms. So the founders clearly intended for 19 to 25-year-olds to be fully protected by the Second Amendment. And this is consistent with the way that the court has interpreted other constitutional rights. The court has repeatedly made clear that constitutional rights don't magically come into being just because you turn some random age. And that's why in 2003, I believe it was, the Fourth Circuit ruled unconstitutional a school punished a student who wore an NRA shirt to class, and the Fourth Circuit said that was unconstitutional. Even though he's a student and he's under 18, he still has some First Amendment rights, and you can't punish him for simply wearing an NRA shirt. And before moving on, it's worth noting why it's important to fight for the rights of young adults, even if you yourself may not be within that age range. First, it's entirely unjust. We send these people overseas to protect our freedoms, protect us, and they have a right to contract. They may marry, they can purchase homes, they might have children that they have a duty to protect, and certainly none of their lives are any less important than anyone else's. And further, there's an effort by the gun control groups to destroy gun culture. As many of you know, gun culture often starts in the home. It may be a parent taking their child to the range. It may be a grandparent introducing their child to hunting. But oftentimes the most rewarding experiences involve sharing these activities with younger generations. And the gun control groups have been trying to ensure that nobody is allowed to pick up a gun until well into adulthood, because by that point you're less likely to ever pick up a gun. So that's why it's important to keep working on these cases, and that's why it's important that the Second Amendment Foundation and Mrs. L, represented by Alan Gura, defeated Chicago's ban. Chicago had prohibited anyone under 18 from entering a firing range, and SAF defeated that in the 2017 case as L2. In addition to Zoe H's case, we at FPC and SAF filed briefs in several prohibited person cases over the last year. These included prohibitions based on misdemeanor DUIs, people who perhaps understated their income on tax returns or overstated their income on loan applications, and similar nonviolent offenses. And this might be another issue like the young adult one, where you're wondering if it doesn't apply to you, why you should care. And the reason, in addition to not wanting anyone to be unjustly denied a God-given right, is that the scope of the federal firearms ban keeps expanding year after year. And it often includes nonviolent behavior, it often includes reckless behavior. And for example, there was a Florida gentleman who was trying to impress his girlfriend, and he released a dozen heart-shaped balloons into the air in a romantic gesture. And in doing so, he committed a felony and earned a lifetime firearms prohibition. So it's not unreasonable to wonder if perhaps you could someday fall within the scope of this prohibition, despite your own best intentions. So as we explained in the briefs, historically it was only violent persons who were disarmed. Sometimes these prohibitions were discriminatory, but they were always justified as disarming dangerous persons. And so, for example, leading up to the American Revolution and throughout it, most colonies disarmed people who were loyal to the British. During the ratifying conventions, Constitution ratifying conventions, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and Vermont proposed amendments protecting the right to keep and bear arms, and these would have only allowed for disarming people who posed a danger to the public. And while the Second Amendment, of course, did not ultimately include language stating whether anyone could be disarmed, American history after the ratification of the Second Amendment reflects its history from before the ratification, in that it was only violent persons all the way up until the mid-20th century. It was only violent persons who were prohibited from possessing arms. Moreover, it's important to recognize that prohibited persons often regain their rights in the founding era. So, for example, those people who were disarmed because they were loyal to the British, they could regain their rights if they simply pledged an oath of allegiance to the Patriot cause. The most striking example is probably from Shays' Rebellion. The rebels who took up arms to overthrow the government regained their arms rights after 3 years. Whereas a lot of prohibitions today, most prohibitions today, are forever. So, for example, to use the Florida gentleman as an example again, if he was convicted for releasing the balloons in the air, then he is subject to a lifetime prohibition on arms. In addition to the prohibited person cases, we also filed briefs in 4 cases involving magazine bans. Our brief in Werman versus Healy supported a cert petition that was ultimately, unfortunately, denied by the Supreme Court. We filed a brief in Duncan versus Becerra, which was, I'd say, the biggest win over the last year. That was the Ninth Circuit striking down California's magazine ban, and Mr. Copel will be discussing that next. There's the Association of New Jersey Rifle and Pistol Associations versus Gruel, which is a Third Circuit case that Daniel Schmutter will be discussing when he presents. And there's a state constitutional challenge in Vermont. The Vermont challenge is called Vermont versus Mish, and it's currently before the Vermont Supreme Court. Max Mish, a gentleman from Vermont, was charged for possessing 2 30-round magazines in violation of Vermont's law, which prohibits magazines over 10 rounds for rifles and 15 rounds for handguns. Because Vermont courts look to the original intent of the Constitution, Mr. Kopel and I filed an amicus brief in that case as well. And we represented, in that case, FPC, SAF, the Independence Institute, and the Cato Institute. We pointed out in our brief that firearms capable of shooting more than 10 and 15 rounds predate Vermont's 1777 Constitution by over 2 centuries. The first known repeating arms date back to between 1490 and 1530. When fired, they would shoot 10 bullets in a row, so you pull the trigger and they would just fire off 10 straight shots. England's King Henry VIII had one of these firearms. The first known firearms capable of firing more than 15 shots was a 16-shot model from around 1580. These arms had gained some popularity throughout Europe in the 17th century, and they saw some military service, for example, in the Siege of Copenhagen in 1658. So they weren't some obscure firearms that no one had ever heard of. Repeating arms had reached the American colonies by the mid-1600s, including a rifle that utilized a revolving cylinder, a little bit like a modern-day revolver, to shoot multiple shots. John Pym was a Boston gunsmith who, in 1722, was documented showing off his repeating arm that could fire 11 consecutive shots. And in 1777, the Continental Congress ordered 100 rifles from Joseph Belton, who had informed the Congress that his rifles could, quote, discharge 16 or 20 rounds in 16, 10, or 5 seconds. Belton demonstrated his rifle before leading scientists and military officers, including David Rittenhouse, Horatio Gates, and Benedict Arnold, and they all verified in a letter to the Congress that they had witnessed him discharge 16 rounds at once. Ultimately, this deal fell through because Belton demanded too much money, but the exchange proves that the founders knew about repeating arms capable of firing more than 15 shots, and they weren't running around trying to ban them, but instead they were trying to acquire them. It's also maybe worth noting that the British used repeating arms against the colonists in the Revolutionary War. I don't think they were very common or that there were any that had greater than 10 round capacities, but it again just proves that these weren't some obscure firearms that no one had ever heard of. The state-of-the-art rifle when Vermont's 1793 Constitution was ratified, and that had the same arms provision from 1777, and that's the same Constitution that is still in effect today. The state-of-the-art rifle at that time was a Girondin rifle, which had a 22-round magazine, and each shot was powerful enough to take an elk. Meriwether Lewis famously carried one on the Lewis and Clark expedition. And in the 19th century, of course, repeating arms became some of the most popular arms across the country, including the iconic Winchester and Henry rifles. In the brief, we also discussed a very interesting history of the Green Mountain Boys and Ira Allen and Ethan Allen, who are two of the most fascinating historical figures out there, and also the history of British gun control laws on gunpowder that ultimately sparked the Revolutionary War. So if you're interested in that sort of stuff, I hope you'll check it out. And that's all I have. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoyed it, and have a great day.
Director of the Independence Institute, and today we are going to move quickly to get information on what's been going on at the U.S. Supreme Court, and then about the big win in the Ninth Circuit on the magazine ban case. The big case at the Supreme Court this last term was New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus New York City. By a regulation adopted early in the 21st century, the New York City Police Department said that if you're a licensed handgun owner in New York City, you can never take your handgun out of the city except to go handgun hunting somewhere in New York State. Can't take it when you're traveling for protection, as is lawful in most of the country. Can't take it unloaded and locked up while you're traveling to your second home in Pennsylvania or in the Catskills or any place else. And so the only place you can practice with your gun is at one of the 7 ranges in New York City, a population of 8.6 million. 6 of those 7 ranges are private membership organizations. The case went to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which covers Vermont, New York, and Connecticut. The Second Circuit is by far the most hostile to the Second Amendment of any circuit court of appeal in the United States, even far outdoing the Ninth Circuit sometimes. And The 3-0 Second Circuit panel said that the restriction on not being able to take your handgun out of the city is so trivial, it's probably not even a Second Amendment issue. And even if it were a Second Amendment issue, arguably, it would be weighed under a standard called intermediate scrutiny, which, when seriously applied by courts, requires the government to give substantial proof of that the proposed restriction on a right will solve a problem. And here, however, the court simply relied on pure speculation by a former New York City police official that people transporting their locked, unloaded guns might perpetrate road rage or do other bad things. And notably, this affidavit never cited a single instance of any New Yorker doing this before the regulation had been imposed. The petition for certiorari was granted by the U.S. Supreme Court. The case was scheduled for oral argument in the spring of 2019. As is common, litigants on one side sometimes ask for a postponement, and that's usually granted as a matter of courtesy. New York City got its courtesy and then abused it by trying to moot the case by repealing the regulation and then getting an anti-gun state legislator actually to get a bill passed statewide to prohibit and preempt such regulations in the future. While the case was going on, Senators Durbin, Whitehouse, and Blumenthal sent the Supreme Court a threat letter couched in the form of an amicus brief, and they said, essentially, if you don't treat this case as moot, we are going to pack the Supreme Court at the first chance we get. And that turned out to be a pretty smart strategy, similar to what Senator Leahy had done on the floor of the Senate when the Obamacare case had been argued, and then was the judicial opinion was being written, and a speech by Senator Leahy, even Chief Justice Roberts himself has said, succeeded in flipping the Chief Justice's vote in that case. The Second Amendment filed an amicus brief in this New York City case on the merits, joined by an all-star cast of law professors and the Second Amendment Foundation, other civil rights groups, and we talked about how the ban on taking a handgun out of the city significantly impedes self-defense training. The small indoor ranges in New York City are not even close to adequate for full defensive training and things that, for example, require movement or learning how to use cover. And the Second Circuit's hostile opinion was all too common of the approach that has been taken by quite a number of circuit courts of appeal around the United States, denigrating and refusing to protect the Second Amendment. The decision by a unsigned 5-judge majority, but as we later found out, written by Justice Kavanaugh, said that the case is moot since you don't have any problem anymore. What are you mad about? The regulation was repealed. But that wasn't even really fully the case. There were still issues like, to what extent can you, when you're transporting your unloaded locked gun, can you stop for gas, for food, and things like that? The dissent led by Justice Alito said, this is obviously a flagrant violation of the court's normal doctrine on whether a case becomes moot or not. And this one definitely isn't, because the plaintiffs haven't gotten all the relief they were seeking. Happily, Justice Alito's opinion cited our Second Amendment and Foundation and Law professor brief first on how bad some of the cases are from other circuits, and secondly on the fact that a rental gun is obviously inadequate for training or safety. Then, to make matters much worse, the court shortly thereafter denied certiorari in 10 cases, 10 Second Amendment cases that were pending before it. Joseph and I had filed an amicus brief in the Pena case about California's ban on all new semi-auto pistols, and in Mance v. Barr, the federal ban on buying a handgun in a state you don't reside in, even when the sale would be authorized by the laws of both the resident's own state and the state where the store is located. Justice Thomas dissented at length in one of the denials, the Rogers v. Gruhl case against New Jersey's new and draconian restrictions on right to carry, which essentially say you can only get a permit if there's an active threat against you. Justice Kavanaugh joined the first 5 pages of the Thomas dissent, where they said this court has been quite negligent in refusing to take Second Amendment cases so far, and we ought to do something about the fact that lots of the lower courts are using made-up standards. And then Justice Thomas, on his own, wrote 14-page part 2 of the opinion, saying why Rogers v. Gruhl was definitely the right case to take because it completely nullifies the right to bear arms. And he gave an extensive legal history of the right to bear arms. Instead of course, it includes the right of law-abiding normal adults to carry firearms for protection in public places, with subject to a reasonable and fair licensing system that allows all qualified people to obtain a permit. And he did cite an article I wrote on English legal history as part of that. So why did this happen? Well, CNN's Joan Biskupic really broke the story, and with some kind of sources within the U.S. Supreme Court, she explained that Chief Justice Roberts had made it fairly clear to his colleagues that, yes, it only takes 4 votes to grant certiorari, and you've got the 4, but it takes 5 votes to win the case on the merits, and Chief Justice Roberts intimated that he would be voting on the anti-gun side, the anti-Second Amendment side, should the cases be heard on the merits. Now for some good news. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals covers a huge territory. There's a map of it, and let's not forget that it also includes our fellow American citizens. In the lower left corner of this map are the members of the citizens of the United States who live in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and in Guam, which I can assure you are not actually south of Hawaii, but are way off in the Western Pacific in this compacted map. The case was brought by the California Rifle and Pistol Association, supported by the National Rifle Association, and the lead lawyers were Michel and Associates, the well-known Second Amendment litigator Chuck Michel being the founder of that firm. And there were many cases filed on both sides of the case, including a very excellent one by my colleague and friend Joseph Greenlee. The court was faced with the issue of California's law saying that handguns, or that all magazines over 10 rounds would be confiscated. The 2-to-1 majority said, first of all, the Second Amendment is a fundamental right and we intend to treat it that way. Second, magazines over comprising 11 or more rounds are about half of all firearms magazines. So this isn't some kind of ban on an esoteric gun that nobody really uses. This is something that really strikes at the heart of the right to keep arms. And happily, as the court came to those conclusions, the court relied in part on 2 pieces of legal scholarship, one by me, about the technological history of magazines. And the court's ultimate conclusion was that the very high level of judicial review applies, known as strict scrutiny, and the ban clearly, confiscation, clearly failed that standard, because you can't ban something that's used by the vast majority of the population in a law-abiding way just because it's very occasionally misused by criminals. I just wanted to show you 2 of the guns that the court talked about in the history part of its decision. This is the Girondoni air rifle. It was carried by Lewis and Clark on their expedition. It could fire 21 shots in .46 caliber. It was powered by compressed air. It took 1,500 pumps from the pump to put all the compressed air possible into it. And once they did that, it was quite a powerful weapon. And it's one of the main reasons the Lewis and Clark expedition survived, because when they ran into a group of Indians who might be hostile or might not, but in any case far outnumbered the Lewis and Clark expedition, a few demonstrated shots from this repeating rifle seemed to bring about amicable relations all around. what was in at the time of Lewis and Clark, this gun that they carried in 1803 and that had actually been invented in the 1780s for the Austrian army. That was a very expensive and extremely high-end gun. But by 1866, advances in firearms technology had made guns like that affordable to the general public. And here's one of the key breakthrough guns in that: the Winchester Model 1866, introduced the year that Congress proposed the 14th Amendment and sent it to the states for ratification. Lever action gun, metallic cartridges, and a magazine capacity of up to 18 rounds, depending on the caliber. So what's going to happen next in this case? Well, as of late August, the status seems to be that it's legal to continue for Californians to continue to possess their standard magazines, 11 rounds or more, but not to acquire new ones. I don't think it'll go to the U.S. Supreme Court because even though there now is a circuit split between the Ninth Circuit and several others, circuit splits are not enough to get a case to the Supreme Court necessarily. And besides that, there's been a very well-established circuit split for years on right to carry, and the Supreme Court hasn't done anything about that. It is possible that the California Attorney General will ask for en-banc review by the full Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Previously, every time a Ninth Circuit panel did the right thing on a right to arms case, that's always been reversed by the full Ninth Circuit en banc. But thanks to President Trump's many very good judicial appointments, what would happen en banc in the Ninth Circuit is at least a closer and more uncertain question than it used to be. If you'd like to know more about the case, the Michelle and Associates case page is outstanding. That'll have all the latest filings. And the California Rifle and Pistol Association also posts continuing updates about what's going on. And if you'd like to read some more about this case, come to my website where you can find a more detailed and legal analysis of everything. So thank you for your time.
My name is Josh Blackman. I'm a law professor at the South Texas College of Law, Houston, and I also have the honor of being an attorney on a Second Amendment Foundation case. For the past 5 years, I've worked on the litigation concerning Defense Distributed. And in my brief time today, I'd like to talk about my work on that really significant and important case. Back in 2012, a law student in Texas named Cody Wilson rocked the world. He created the first 3D printed firearm known as the Liberator. Now, merely printing this weapon did not run afoul of any federal laws. But Cody took an additional step. He posted the files on the internet. Shortly after he did this, it was downloaded thousands and thousands and millions of times around the globe. The Obama administration took action against him. The State Department sent him a letter and said that his posting of the files on the internet violated federal export control law. And Cody took the files down. Now, at that point, most people forgot about the case because it was no longer really live. But I decided to write about it. I wrote 2 law review articles in my career, and I argue that it would be a violation of the First Amendment to shut down the sharing of these files. And I've also thought that these actions violated the Second Amendment because they concerned the power of the government to limit the right to bear arms. Now, most law review articles that are written are never actually read. They have very little influence. But my articles did get picked up. Cody Wilson somehow found my articles and read them. And then one day he emailed me out of the blue and said, "Josh, I want to sue the federal government and I want you to be my lawyer." I'll admit, at first I was skeptical. I didn't think this sort of lawsuit have a chance of succeeding. But I did some research, and I determined that this case actually had a chance of success. We then recruited an all-star team of lawyers. We brought on board Alan Gura, who had litigated the Heller case and the McDonald case. We brought on board Matt Goldstein, who was a lawyer who had done a lot of export control law. And we brought on board the Second Amendment Foundation, which is a group that's been supportive of us since the very beginning. I'm deeply grateful to Alan Gottlieb and Julianne Versnell, who have really taken the lead in giving us the support we needed. And I'm very happy to be here today to speak about it. We followed a lawsuit in May of 2015. Yes, 5 years ago we filed this lawsuit. This stuff drags on forever, my friends. We filed this lawsuit in May of 2015, arguing that the State Department violated the First and Second Amendment rights of Defense Distributed and SAF, the Second Amendment Foundation. The trial court ruled against us. We appealed to the Fifth Circuit. We got a divided ruling. The Fifth Circuit ruled against us. But we got a dissent. We got a good dissent from Judge Jones, arguing that the restriction on speech violated the First Amendment. The majority really had no response. The majority simply said, we don't need to decide this issue. Okay. We then filed an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. As you can tell, a lot of our cases go up to the Supreme Court eventually. The Supreme Court denied review, which was a disappointment. At that point, the case gets sent back down to the lower court. And the lower court asked the parties to engage in settlement talks, which is not surprising. Judges usually like when cases settle because they don't have to make any rulings. We had settlement talks with the government. And to our pleasant surprise, we worked out an arrangement. We worked out a settlement. The government, I think, recognized that it was unconstitutional to deny us the right to share this information. So they decided to give us the settlement agreement, which would have given us the license to share this information and really given every American the right to share this information. So far, so good. Now, we had a problem. On the eve of our settlement, the gun control groups came in, and they argued that our settlement was illegal. We got an emergency lawsuit from Every Town for Gun Violence, the Brady Campaign, and Michael Bloomberg's group. And they sought to block our settlement. On very short notice, Matt Goldstein and I, we flew to Austin and we argued this case. We were writing the briefs in our sleep overnight. It was a very hectic time. And you want to know what? We prevailed. The district court denied the injunction in favor of the gun control groups. That was a huge victory for us, a huge victory. As soon as we had this settlement offer in hand, Defense Distributed posted the files on the internet, where they were downloaded thousands of times. But we were not out of the woods yet. 2 days later, we will be sued around the country by the New Jersey Attorney General, by the Pennsylvania Attorney General, by the Washington Attorney General, and eventually almost 20 states would join Washington. In the span of 5 days, we had to argue and brief 4 temporary restraining orders, 4 TROs and 4 courts. This was a remarkable onslaught. We're only a handful of lawyers dealing with the entirety of the Democratic Attorney General establishment. They all came after us. And you want to know what? We beat them in 3 of the 4 courts. We won in Texas. We won in New Jersey. We won in Pennsylvania. But alas, we lost in Washington. A federal judge in Seattle entered a nationwide injunction barring the enforcement of our settlement agreement. Now, here's how nationwide injunctions work. Even if you win all of your other cases, it doesn't matter. As soon as one judge finds that you're wrong, the case is basically over. And the Seattle judge ruled against us. As a result, we had to take down the website and had to stop distributing the files. That was in 2018, but we're still fighting. We now have a new attorney in our team, Chad Flores from Houston, and we are still fighting. We are on appeal in the Third Circuit from New Jersey. We're on appeal from the Fifth Circuit here in Texas. We're on appeal to the Ninth Circuit from the Seattle case. And maybe soon enough, this case will be back at the United States Supreme Court. We're going to keep fighting. And it's been an honor and a privilege to serve in this case for so many years. I hope next year we can all celebrate in person at the next staff conference. And maybe we can celebrate a victory in the defense distributed litigation. Thank you all so much, and hope you enjoy the rest of your days.
Hi, I'm Ray DiGiuseppe with the DiGiuseppe Law Firm. I'm a former prosecutor, having previously served as Deputy Attorney General for the California Attorney General's Office. Since leaving the Attorney General's office in 2010, I've been primarily handling complex litigation matters in various jurisdictions across the country, at the trial and appellate levels. Much of that work in recent years has involved firearms rights litigation matters for the Second Amendment Foundation, Firearms Policy Coalition, Firearms Policy Foundation, and other firearms rights organizations. I've been asked to speak today on the topic of winning firearms freedoms one case at a time for the 2020 Gun Rights Policy Conference hosted by the Second Amendment Foundation and the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms. The precise wording of this topic is apropos to a meaningful discussion here, so I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it. Notice it's not worded winning firearms cases one at a time, but winning firearms freedoms one case at a time. That's what we're really doing in litigating over firearms rights. Of course, we're always striving for the win in the case, but we're principally seeking to achieve recognition of the freedoms necessary for the average citizen to exercise as effectively and meaningfully as possible the fundamental constitutional right to keep and bear arms under the Second Amendment. The reality is we don't often win the underlying case, or if we do, we don't see any formal relief for many months or years as the case is litigated through the courts of highest review, because of the significant barriers imposed by the institutional biases and hostile political agendas deeply entrenched in many of the judiciaries and legislatures across the country. So in many cases, it's not as much about the win as it is about the fight itself, the strong and very public advocacy of the Second Amendment right, drawing the much-needed attention to the importance of it, so that the naysayers will think twice about trampling on it the next time because they know they'll be in for a battle. The fierce and relentless pressure we place on lawmakers and judges, forcing them, like it or not, to recognize the importance of the Second Amendment right through these litigation efforts is really what scores most of the wins on firearms freedoms. And sometimes we also win the underlying case too, as icing on the cake. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, states and municipalities across the country have harnessed the public health crisis as a means to completely cut off or significantly impede the ability of law-abiding citizens to access the firearms and ammunition they truly need to exercise their fundamental constitutional rights. Through executive orders unchecked by any legislative process, these jurisdictions have issued mandates shutting down all firearms and ammunition retailers across large geographical areas for lengthy periods of time, in some cases for more than 3 months, and subjecting citizens to criminal sanction for even attempting to leave their homes to transact lawful business with these retailers, who are essential to the lawful exercise of citizens' fundamental right to keep and bear arms. This has all been done under the banner of protecting and preserving the public safety and welfare, even though a litany of other commercial enterprises entirely unessential to the exercise of any fundamental constitutional right, and which are no safer in their operations than firearms retailers, have been permitted to continue without any interruption. What's more, these numerous states, counties, and cities have reserved unto themselves the unchecked power to reinstate such restrictions at any time and for any length of time, subject only to their own unbridled executive judgments about what constitutes an essential business during this pandemic. Much of the recent litigation in which we've been involved has dealt directly with these public health orders, given the significant damage they've already inflicted upon the constitutional rights of countless law-abiding gun owners, and the serious threat they continue to pose to the protections under the Second Amendment. Despite these past injuries and continuing threats of injury, what these executive officials are doing after getting sued is pulling their unconstitutional orders, claiming that everything is now moot, and then trying to walk away with no accountability on the premise that they didn't do anything wrong in the first place, Even if they did, it's okay, because his extraordinary times justify the Second Amendment violations. And they've stopped doing it anyway, so there's nothing to complain about anymore. Unfortunately, many of the courts are buying these arguments as means to shut down the lawsuits and cut off any remedy for the plaintiffs' righteous claims, forcing the cases into protracted litigation as they must seek relief in higher courts. So once again, we see the effects of the entrenched biases and prejudices against the Second Amendment, as it continues to be treated as a second-class right that can be ignored or shoved to the back of the bus, when recognizing it for what it truly is would be inconvenient or inconsistent with the desired results. Well, we will press on, undeterred, as we must always do, litigate these cases at all levels of the courts, and shine a spotlight for the public on the important issues they present. Whether we ultimately win or lose the underlying cases, we will continue to steadily chip away at the institutional barriers, winning recognition for firearms freedoms along the way, until those barriers are destroyed and the Second Amendment is consistently respected as the fundamental constitutional right that it is.
I'm Chad Flores. I practice law out of Houston, Texas, and I'm pleased to be here today to talk about winning firearms freedoms one lawsuit at a time. And the topic I'd like to address is something we call fighting back against censorship hit and run. For the past several years, I've had the pleasure of representing the Second Amendment Foundation and a Texas-based company called Defense Distributed and its director, Cody Wilson, in a panoply of litigation about the First Amendment right to speak about the Second Amendment. The upshot of today's discussion is going to be a newly issued decision in which the Second Amendment Foundation and Defense Distributed prevailed on an important point of law that we think will impact a lot of litigation in this space. But first, let me back up and give you the context. This is not a firearm. You may think to yourself, if this isn't a firearm, what is it? Well, this is a diagram of a firearm. Now, in most of our lives, this distinction between a firearm and the diagram of a firearm, or a picture of a firearm, or a drawing of a firearm doesn't matter. But in this First Amendment space that we've been litigating, this distinction is everything. What you're seeing here are more of the patent filings for Colt's revolving gun that was patented in 1836. And these publicly available documents contain figures and diagrams and also textual instructions that explain to the reader what the firearm is, how it's constructed, and how it operates. And these have been perfectly legal to have and distribute for over 2 centuries. They're online now for anyone to see. This too is not a firearm, it's the diagram of a firearm. This is Gaston Glock's automatic pistol with counteracting spring control mechanism. What you see here is another piece of the patent that is on file with the Patent Trademark Office that, in addition to diagrams like the ones that we've seen already, gives you more details about what the firearm is, how it's constructed, and how it works. This too is a diagram of a firearm. This is a diagram of a firearm called the Liberator. The Liberator was designed by Defense Distributed and its director, Cody Wilson. And what sets the Liberator apart is that the Liberator is constructed using 3D printing technologies. Instead of using the reductive process of taking a block of metal and sculpting it down until you obtain the component at issue, 3D printing processes use an additive process whereby you, in a way, paint down materials layer by layer to create the needed object. What you'll see next is a video produced by Defense Distributed that received prominent attention because it both announced the technical breakthrough of designing the Liberator and also their intention to put the blueprints for this firearm online for distribution at large. Blueprints for items like this are just like their historical analogs. Some parts of it entail diagrams and pictures and figures, and other parts entail raw data like measurements of component pieces that tell whatever manufacturing device it is, if it's a person with a chisel or a drill or a computer printer, where to go and what to do with the material. Once Defense Distributed shows that firearm components can be made in a reliable way, there is an explosion of design activity where a combination of firearms enthusiasts and 3D printing enthusiasts go about designing all manner of firearm components and firearms. Some of these are 3D printing designs for existing firearms and existing firearm components, and some of these are totally new firearm components and totally new firearms. And these are shared across the internet using the open source platform to create new and improved versions and iterations and really accelerate the technology. Defense Distributed does at defcad.com exactly what it promised. There it maintains a repository of the computer files that have these designs. Some of them are the designs done by Defense Distributed itself. Others are designs placed into the public domain by developers who care about the open source method and want to share the information. And in principle, what Defense Distributed does, making this library available, is not at all unlike what you would find on bookshelves or at Amazon.com, which supply just the same sort of step-by-step instructions about how to create a firearm. But not according to the Democrat attorney generals of 20 states and the District of Columbia, all of whom think that even though we have 2 centuries of history protecting Americans' right to speak about the Second Amendment by sharing information about firearms, that somehow what Defense Distributed is doing by sharing information about firearms in a new format with the most relevant new technologies is somehow illegal. This is what we call the censorship hit and run, where a state official from far away will send a letter to a citizen exercising their rights somewhere else, here Defense Distributed in Texas, and try to shut them down, even though this state official has nothing to do with Texas and nothing to do with the people that live there. And the worst offender is New Jersey's Attorney General Gerber Graywall. Graywall decides that from New Jersey, he has the right to censor and take down Defense Distributed's website because he thinks that there's no First Amendment right to engage in this speech, and he thinks that what a Texan does on the internet from Austin can be regulated by a state attorney general in New Jersey. So from thousands of miles away, Graywall puts down the bluff and says, "I dare you to challenge me." And Defense Distributed and the Second Amendment Foundation say, "Fine, we call." Before Graywall can actually make good on his threats, suit is filed in Austin, Texas, in federal court there by Defense Distributed and the Second Amendment Foundation against Graywall and some of the other worst offenders in this hit and run play. The lawsuit tees up a First Amendment claim squarely and shows that these state officials, by censoring websites like Defense Distributed's, are violating the First Amendment multiple times over because what they're trying to do is impose a prior restraint that's unconstitutional. They're trying to impose content-based speech restrictions that are unconstitutional, and the restrictions that they're imposing are overbroad and they are overly vague. The list goes on and on and on. The first key tactical move is for our side, the plaintiffs in the case, to seek a preliminary injunction that stops Graywall from enforcing his censorship regime while the lawsuit is pending. The reason that Graywall is the worst offender is because he wields a speech crime, a New Jersey law that doesn't just try to fine someone after the fact if they engage in the forbidden speech, but that actually threatens to jail someone for talking about the Second Amendment. For Defense Distributed, its director Cody Wilson and supporters like members of the Second Amendment Foundation, the threat here is as real as any. New Jersey's Attorney General literally stood at a podium and said, "We will come after you." This is the speech crime that Gerber Graywall now wields, the text. You can see that it is a third-degree crime. You go to jail in New Jersey for speaking. It's not about conduct, it's about speech. What they care about are anything that qualifies as digital instructions pertaining to 3D printing that may be used to manufacture or produce a firearm. So think back to every figure that you've seen in this presentation, every drawing that you've seen in this presentation, every set of data with measurements about how one might go about constructing a firearm. All of that, to utter it, is now illegal. In the district court in Texas, the Attorney General of New Jersey wins a tactical victory, and it's a very important tactical victory. He convinces the district court in Texas that Texas courts can't adjudicate this dispute, that even though the Attorney General of New Jersey has reached out and targeted a Texas resident and censored a Texas resident and threatened to jail the person in Texas for speaking in Texas, that if that citizen wants to vindicate their rights, they have to go to the Attorney General's home court in New Jersey and sue there instead of Texas. Defense Distributed and the Second Amendment Foundation then appeal to the Fifth Circuit, and they make several important points. One is about the issue's importance, that this question of where the suit needs to be isn't just unique to the context of censorship about 3D printing technologies, but is going to recur over and over every time some liberal attorney general in a faraway state decides to take actions that implicate the constitutional rights of citizens all over the country. This is not a rare bird. It is occurring now, and it is occurring with increasing frequency. Complex litigation of this variety is expensive enough already when it occurs where the actual dispute is here in Texas. It is even more expensive if you have to go to the offending official's home court and litigate there. That's one reason that this question is important. The other reason that we care is disparity in circuit jurisprudence. Unless and until the Supreme Court starts taking Second Amendment cases with regularity, the last line of defense is going to be the federal courts of appeals. And in both First Amendment and Second Amendment contexts, the Fifth Circuit is one of the strongest, and that's where we want these issues being litigated. The result here is a successful one. The Fifth Circuit reverses the district court. The Fifth Circuit holds that this kind of lawsuit, a lawsuit about an attorney general from a faraway state reaching out and targeting a citizen in their home state, can and should be brought in the citizen's home state. The Fifth Circuit here calls a spade a spade. And when they're writing the rules about the tactical decisions, like where the suit has to be brought, they don't run from the reality of how extraordinary this is. Instead, they embrace it. And they explain that part of the reason this result obtains is that an attorney general like Grewal, instead of equally enforcing the laws in his own jurisdiction, has stepped out beyond his borders, chosen a political opponent, and is trying to crush them. Now, if these cases get litigated on the merits, we are confident that our side of the legal debate about the Second Amendment jurisprudence and the adjunct First Amendment jurisprudence is going to prevail. And attorney generals like Grewal know that on the merits they're going to lose, which is why they're engaging in this kind of extraordinary procedural gamesmanship with tactics like the hit and run you saw here. This wasn't the first such tactic, and it's not going to be the last, and we're pleased to see the Fifth Circuit get the right result here, not just for this case, but also for the tactical balance more generally. Thank you for your time and attention, and thanks again to the Second Amendment Foundation for inviting me to participate.
Hello, my name is Matthew Goldstein. I'm a partner at the law firm Faring & Medcoff in Arizona, and one of the attorneys working on the case of Defense Distributed, the Second Amendment Foundation, and Con Williamson versus the United States Department of State. This case involves a long-running and very important controversy about the Department of State's imposition of the International Traffic in Arms Regulations, a federal export control regulation, on gun-related speech protected by the First and Second Amendments. Among other things, the International Traffic in Arms Regulations, which we refer to as the ITAR, prohibits the export of defense articles to include technical information known as technical data, which is described in the ITAR United States Munitions List. Now, the munitions list describes 21 categories of defense articles, the very first of which, Category 1, is for firearms and related technical data. This category lists technical data on the production of firearms, which includes computer-assisted manufacturing and computer-assisted design files related to the production of firearms and firearms parts using a 3D printer or similar equipment. Now, the government knows that it should not use the ITAR to control public speech. Since 1978, the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel issued multiple written letters and memoranda advising the Department of State, the Department of Commerce, the White House, and even Congress that imposing a prior restraint on public speech under the ITAR would violate the First Amendment. In 1997, in the wake of the Oklahoma City bombing, the Department of Justice issued a report to Congress advising that a proposal to impose a strict liability prohibition on publishing bomb-making information on the internet would violate the First Amendment. This was in 1997. So what has changed? Well, in December of 2012, Defense Distributed, a Texas company, began posting gun-related information on the internet for free download. This included 3D CAD files and other technical information that can be used on a 3D printer to manufacture an AR-15 receiver, an AR-15 high-capacity magazine, and a one-shot handgun named the Liberator. Also in December 12, there was the tragedy at Sandy Hook, where a shooter shot and killed 20 people, including 20 children at an elementary school. It was in this context, this background, that the Obama administration announced an ambitious gun control agenda, a primary focus of which was a ban on high-capacity magazines. Now, it's hard to prohibit high-capacity magazines when people can just print them at home. And as a result, and again, within this background, we see that in 2013, the Department of State sending a letter to Defense Distributed stating and warning Defense Distributed that it may have violated the ITAR by posting the files at issue onto the internet. The Department of State demanded that Defense Distributed take down the files and that it submit the files to the Department of State for review under the State Department's commodity jurisdiction process. Now, the Defense Distributed complied. It took down the files. It submitted the 10CJ, commodity jurisdiction request. But nearly 2 years later, the Department of State still hadn't responded to a single one of the CJ requests. So in 2015, May of 2015, Defense Distributed and the Second Amendment Foundation filed suit in the United States District Court for the Western District of Texas against the Department of State, DTC, which is a subordinate agency within the Department of State in charge of administering the ITAR, and various government officials for exceeding their statutory authority under the Arms Export Control Act and for violating Defense Distributed's First Amendment and Second Amendment and Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution. We were later joined by Con Williamson, and under our First Amendment claim, we argued that Defense Distributed has a right to share digital firearms information with citizens, and that each citizen has the right to hear what Defense Distributed has to say. Under the Second Amendment claim, we argued that because there is a right to possess guns, there's necessarily the right to acquire them. And the most basic means of acquiring something is to make it. The court denied our motion for preliminary injunction, and we appealed to the Fifth Circuit, which in a 2-1 decision affirmed the district court's ruling. Interestingly, the majority panel would not rule on the merits of our case, instead affirming the district court on other grounds. Whereas in a dissent, Judge Edith Jones wrote a very lengthy opinion addressing the merits, in which she pretty much adopted each one of our arguments for why the ITAR constitutes a prior restraint that's in violation of the First Amendment. Having not succeeded in the Fifth Amendment, in the Fifth Circuit, we filed a writ of certiorari for the Supreme Court, which was denied, and not having that reviewed, the case was remanded back to the district court for consideration on the merits. It was at this time that the court ordered the parties to exchange settlement offers, and we were very surprised because the Department of State offered us very favorable settlement terms. Basically, they offered what we were asking for. And so Defense Distributed, Second Amendment Foundation, Con Williamson accepted the settlement, which requires the Department of State to amend the ITAR to exclude the files at issue, and that while this amendment is pending, the Department of State has to issue a license to Defense Distributed to publish the subject files, as well as a temporary modification of the ITAR to exclude the subject files from control. The government also paid approximately $40,000 in our attorney's fees and costs, which is generally not common in these types of cases. Unfortunately, and pretty soon after the settlement, the Brady and Everytown organizations filed emergency motions to intervene in the Texas court to enjoin, to stop the settlement. We had a hearing on July 18th, where the court denied their request, and later that same day, the government, the Department of State, issued the license to Defense Distributed, posted temporary modification, and Defense Distributed lawfully published 10 computer-assisted design files to include complete CAD files for the Liberator, the AR-10, AR-15, Colt 1911, and for several other guns and gun parts. But within a few days, we were faced with an onslaught of actions filed by various state attorney generals in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Washington State, seeking to enjoin the publication of the files on the internet. We obtained stays of the New Jersey and Pennsylvania actions pending outcome of the Washington State case. And in Washington State, the attorney generals from the various states argued that the temporary modification and license violated the Administrative Procedures Act on various grounds. I mean, it's interesting. One of them was they were saying it was arbitrary and capricious, when we know from a statement to the press by the Department of State that the reason why they settled the case was because the Department of Justice advised them that they were going to lose on First Amendment grounds. And this Department of Justice advice was consistent with the Office of Legal Counsel advice that has been around since 1978. So there was nothing new there, and that was a good reason. It wasn't arbitrary and capricious at all. Still, the district court granted a temporary injunction requiring that the government treat the situation as one as if they never granted the license or issued temporary modification, which in effect required Defense Distributed to remove the files from the internet. The parties then filed cross motions for summary judgment, and the court issued a ruling in favor of the Department of State, in favor of the states and the attorney generals, and we appealed that to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. And now, despite the fact that the subject files still are on the munitions list, meaning that the restrictions on their publication still exist and are very much in controversy, the states filed a motion to dismiss the Ninth Circuit case as moot, claiming that the federal government has adopted a new superseding policy of regulating the subject files that somehow trumps the licenses and what they agreed to with the temporary modification in the settlement agreement. Now, to our surprise, the Ninth Circuit panel found recently that there was no longer any controversy, and it dismissed the case as moot. And we've since, I believe it was about a week ago, we filed a motion for rehearing en banc, and we're hopeful that the court will reverse the panel's decision. So to sum up, after 7 years of litigating a First Amendment case about Second Amendment rights, we've been in multiple district courts, multiple courts of appeals. We have yet to get any decision on the merits, any decision. I mean, we have a dissenting opinion that, of course, is in line with our arguments, but we've got nothing as far as any decision from the court on the actual merits of the case. We've even reached a settlement agreement with the government that allows publication, only to have a district court enjoin the government from honoring that its commitments there. This should all scare you. It's a hard fight to protect Second Amendment rights, even when accompanied by such egregious First Amendment violations. Anyway, stay tuned for more. At next year's GPRC, sooner or later, the courts are going to have to decide whether the government has the power that it claims in our cases. Be interesting. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the GRPC panel discussion, Winning the Second Amendment One Lawsuit at a Time. My name is Donald Kilmer. Most of you are watching this on your TVs or laptops, maybe even on your phones. Please give a warm thanks to Mr. Gottlieb and Ms. Versnell and the Second Amendment Foundation folks for pulling this thing together and making sure that nothing stops the signal. I'm going to miss meeting all of you in person this year, but we'll definitely make up for lost time next year. And I'm happy to share this virtual video panel with some other very fine lawyers presenting today. On a personal note, I now live and work in the state of Idaho. I've moved my home and office to Idaho. I'm still keeping up the fight in that target-rich environment that we all love, California. Let me report on some of the cases. First, Pena versus Haran was the California roster case. The Supreme Court declined review in that case last year. This was a challenge to California's roster and California's requirement that all new guns or all new semi-automatic guns have microstamping. The microstamping technology is not widely available, nor is it reliable, and no new manufacturer is actually making guns with microstamping. So as a result, with guns dropping off the roster list and no new guns being added, or at least no new semi-automatic guns being added to the California roster, the California anti-gun legislators are succeeding in limiting your self-defense choices in California. However, this is a continuing wrong, and if we get a more favorable environment in the federal courts, there's nothing to keep us from filing the serial numbers off of this one and refiling it and moving forward to vindicate that policy. I reported last year, I believe, on Texeria versus Alameda County. This was a case challenging the arbitrary and capricious zoning rules that were keeping new gun stores from opening in Alameda County. The case was modeled on similar legal strategies and theories that restricted abortion clinics from opening in states hostile to that right. We won that case in the Ninth Circuit before the 3-judge panel, but then an en banc panel, essentially the entire court or a portion of the entire court, reversed the 3-judge panel, and the U.S. Supreme Court declined review. This is another case that is a continuing wrong that is something that we can perhaps refile and challenge these draconian policies once we have a more favorable, or actually judges who are more inclined to uphold the traditional and historically correct version of the Second Amendment. I'm happy to report a win in B&L Productions versus the 22nd Agricultural District. This was a challenge on a moratorium of gun shows at the Del Mar Fairgrounds in San Diego County. In that case, the Second Amendment Foundation teamed up with the California Rifle and Pistol Association. The Agricultural District wanted to halt gun shows while they studied safety issues. The problem, and it was easy for the judge to see this, is that the Del Mar Fairgrounds has been hosting gun shows for decades, and they already have in their possession whether or not there are any public safety incidents or public safety problems with gun shows at the fairgrounds. And since they produced none and pled none, the judge granted our motion for preliminary injunction, and we had won the initial stages of that case. Now, of course, the theory of our case is that gun shows are First Amendment forums for Second Amendment rights. Well, once we won the preliminary injunction, the defendants decided that they wanted to try and resolve the case without further litigation. The moratorium was set aside, and the defendants were required or agreed to pay attorney fees and costs and damages to the gun show promoter. And since I haven't heard from Mr. Gottlieb that the check bounced, we can put that one in the win column. However, there probably will be a round 2 because California, the state of California, has decided to step into the shoes of the agricultural district and see if they can't ban gun shows through a statewide statute under some theory that I guess that the First Amendment doesn't apply to the state of California. The case is, the new lawsuit is already prepared and drafted. The new law goes into effect early next year, and so I'll report to you on round 2 when we meet again in 2021. Duncan versus Becerra was the magazine case. The Second Amendment Foundation was not a plaintiff in that case, but we should still celebrate it. It was a good 3-judge decision with 1 dissent. The judge who wrote the majority opinion was a Trump appointee to the Ninth Circuit. But as I noted earlier when telling you about Texeria, the Ninth Circuit has a habit of invoking en banc jurisdiction sometimes to reverse good Second Amendment decisions. So look for Duncan versus Becerra to go extra rounds in the Ninth Circuit. Rodriguez versus the City of San Jose is still pending in my office. That is docketed with the United States Supreme Court. The case will be taken up for whether or not it will be granted review with the fall term when the court returns in October. This was a case where a woman objected to the seizure of her own personal firearms and the community property firearms that belonged to her and her husband during a welfare check of her husband. And so far, she has also been successful in getting the firearms returned to her. We were successful to some extent in the state court system by getting a state appellate court to tell the City of San Jose that if Ms. Rodriguez completes the transfer requirements, that the gun should be returned to her. Well, the City of San Jose has defied that court, and that's why we are in federal court now. So we have been so far unsuccessful in getting the federal courts in California to agree with our theory of the case, and so the case is now docketed with the Supreme Court. Roe versus United States is a case challenging the lifetime prohibition on handgun possession for adjudicated mental health holds. This is a case that is counterintuitively where the state of California is actually nominally on our side, although they refuse to actually defend their own law. The state of California has procedures for restoring people's rights after both unadjudicated and adjudicated mental health holds, but the federal government refuses to recognize California's restoration procedures. That case is pending in the Eastern District of California. It is in the discovery phase right now, and I will report on progress on that case when I see you again in 2021. The last case in my office right now that the Second Amendment Foundation is sponsoring is a case called Herndon versus City of Sandpoint. In that case, the Idaho Second Amendment Alliance is teamed up with the Second Amendment Foundation. I am working with an Idaho attorney by the name of Alex Kincaid up here in Idaho. The theory of the complaint alleges that the City of Sandpoint unconstitutionally and illegally delegates police powers to private corporations who hold festivals at the city parks and ban guns at the festivals. The city, of course, does not have the power to do that because of Idaho's very strong right to keep and bear arms and preemption statutes, so it's a mystery to us as to why the city believes they can delegate that power to a private corporation. Folks, please exercise all your rights, including your right to speak up when you see things that are wrong, including your rights against the government to prevent illegal or unlawful searches and seizures, and your right to remain silent and have an attorney present for all questioning, and most definitely please exercise your right to vote this November. Thank you very much, and thank you to the Second Amendment Foundation for allowing me to represent you on these cases.
In the summer of 1996, I stood atop an Olympic medal ceremony podium for the first time. I was just barely 17 years old. I had just won a gold medal in shooting, and as I watched our beautiful flag being raised and I listened to our national anthem being played, "The land of the free and the home of the brave," I was filled with pride for our great country. It's now many years later, and I won't tell you how old I am now. I'll let you do that math, but I'm no longer 17. I'm now married, I own a home, and I have a young son who I too am trying to help with online schooling, perhaps just like you. In many ways, I suspect you and I are far more similar than we are different. And if you're listening to this message, I suspect that you too have great pride in our country. Since that day back in Atlanta now 24 years ago, I have had the great privilege to represent Team USA at the Olympic Games a total of 6 times. And each time I have stood on the medals podium, and each time I have been filled with pride. It's a feeling that never gets old. For nearly a quarter of a century, I have traveled the globe as part of Team USA, competing in international shooting competitions in nearly every country you can imagine, and perhaps a few you've never heard of. From Azerbaijan to Zimbabwe. I've been there, and I've been there with a gun. During these travels, I've seen how many countries around the world treat their citizens and their guests, what rights they have, what rights they don't have, what freedoms they enjoy, and what freedoms they don't. These travels have opened my eyes to the fundamental freedoms we have in this country. It has deepened my appreciation for them, and it made me curious about my own roots. How did I wind up here? And who came before me that was part of making that happen? So perhaps you, like me, asked Ancestry.com. The results were fascinating, at least to me. My family tree has connections to the invention of the neon sign, the multivitamin, the telegraph, and Morse code. I mean, who knew? Certainly not me. But what I found most fascinating is that I'm a distant relative of two presidents, both John Adams and John Quincy Adams, the former of which was one of the 56 men who signed the Declaration of Independence in 1776, which of course was a precursor to the U.S. Constitution in 1787, and just a few short years later led to the Second Amendment. And I quote, "A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." Although it has been 229 years since it was first written, this right, and the life I've spent with a gun in my hands connects me to our country's founders in a very profound way. I feel it in the core of my being. It's important to note that during the Revolutionary War era, when our country was born, militia referred to groups of men who banded together to protect their fellow citizens, communities, towns, colonies, and eventually states. Now that is what I call Team USA. And I'd like to think that if they knew how good I am with a shotgun, they would have wanted me on that team. I believe it is this right, above all others, that is necessary to preserve and protect all the other rights within that bill, within the very fabric of this country, including those we sometimes take for granted, like religion, speech, and press. I assure you there are many places in the world, places I have seen with my own eyes, where those rights just don't exist. These rights being taken from me or my son or my son's son are something I take very seriously and not something I ever have nor ever will take for granted. As we approach an always important presidential election, I believe this one is a more important election than ever before because I believe this founding right to bear arms is being threatened, and therefore so too are all of the other rights it protects that we all enjoy. The Second Amendment means freedom and opportunity to me, and I see President Trump as our only choice for President of the United States. He has appointed conservative judges who will interpret our Constitution as it is written. He rejected the UN Arms Treaty and signed the FICSNICS, which stands for the National Instant Criminal Background Check Act, into law to strengthen the background check system and keep guns out of the hands of criminals. President Trump has revived Project Safe Neighborhoods, signed the Stop School Violence Act, and created a commission on school safety to examine ways to make our schools safer. These are all steps to making our country safer. I know he is committed to preserving our fundamental Second Amendment freedoms and rights to keep America great and to make shooting great again. There is only one choice for president to protect our Second Amendment and our freedom: Donald J. Trump.
Hi, my name is Joel Ard. I'm an attorney in Washington State in the Seattle area. I'm very grateful to Alan and Julianne and the Second Amendment Foundation for all the opportunities they've given me to try to protect Second Amendment rights in this state, both by litigation and by some other means. I've got better news from not litigating, and I'll talk about that. The two big areas that I've had the opportunity to work on are first challenging a citizen initiative on two fronts. One, it banned interstate sales of semi-automatic rifles, including FFL to FFL delivery. And two, banned people under the age of 21 from purchasing semi-automatic rifles. The purported goal was to prevent mass shootings by treating semi-automatic rifles like handguns. The other areas, shutdown issues, people stopping background checks, stopping fingerprinting that's necessary for concealed carry permits and for alien firearm registration, slow rolling some other kinds of government approvals, and a very interesting set of felony charges brought by local prosecutors against first-time prospective firearms purchasers who failed their background check. I'll talk first about the litigation. We began by suing the Attorney General, Bob Ferguson, who loves the press and loves his press releases. He told the court that there was no standing to sue him because he didn't enforce the law. We dismissed and filed a new lawsuit naming the head of the Department of Licensing and the local law enforcement officials who actually issue state firearms licenses. It was kind of funny because he immediately put out a press release touting his wild success and that we had all given up and recognized the law was constitutional. When the press called me to ask about his press release, I told them they should stop reading his press releases and read instead what he filed with court. They were surprised by that, but did go read what he filed in court, and he got a little bit of egg on his face, which I enjoyed quite a bit. Of course, in trying to protect the rights of under 21-year-olds to purchase semi-automatic rifles, we followed the Heller test. Are they in common use? Do they serve primarily a military purpose? And is there a history and tradition in the Second Amendment of this kind of ban? The state naturally approached these all wrong. We showed common use nationwide among all people, following the guidance not just in Heller and McDonald, but other cases. Obviously, if the state says people under 21 can't own semi-automatic rifles, then there is no common lawful use of semi-automatic rifles under 21 in the state of Washington. That's what they really wanted to try to focus on. We pointed out that these are the most commonly bought, sold, owned firearms in the United States. No real question there. They, of course, are trying to label semi-automatic rifles. First, they label them as assault rifles and then say, well, M16s, M16s, M16s. To show that they didn't have any military purpose, we did actually bring in an expert in military procurement, small arms procurement, and had him talk to one of our federally licensed dealer plaintiffs, and they confirmed that of the thousands upon thousands of models of semi-automatic rifle for sale to civilians in Washington, only one would ever be purchased by the military in a similar specification configuration, and that's the Barrett 50 cal. So they were certainly banning overwhelmingly weapons that had no military purpose. As far as the history and tradition of the Second Amendment, the state dodged that as well. They argued that people under 21 were traditionally not treated as adults. But of course, that's not the appropriate question. The appropriate question is there a history and tradition of forbidding people under 21 from owning these kinds of firearms? And there is none. Just like people under 18 are not treated as adults, but obviously have free speech rights, have Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights, the state just completely went the wrong way with that. Disappointingly, we lost anyway. The judge was kind enough to tell us at the beginning of oral argument that we would go ahead and lose. I tried to change his mind and failed. But we're going up on appeal to the Ninth Circuit, and we saw recently there a panel of the Ninth Circuit gave a great decision on a high-capacity magazine ban, so we have high hopes we'll get an equally awesome panel on our appeal here. Briefly on interstate commerce, they said they wanted to treat out-of-state purchasers of semi-automatic rifles the same as out-of-state purchasers of handguns. There's a distinction in firearms law, as I'm sure many or all of you are familiar with, between purchase, sale, and delivery. And they used the wrong word. They used purchase instead of delivery, if I recall that correctly. In any event, they made it illegal for a person in Georgia, for example, to telephone a dealer in Washington, give money for a firearm, and have that semi-automatic rifle sent by a Washington dealer to a Georgia dealer for delivery to the Georgia purchaser. Because yes, they, in fact, instead of banning delivery, they banned purchase. They didn't mimic handguns. And the Attorney General's defense was that the word doesn't mean what it means everywhere else in firearms law. Better news from not litigating. Early on in the shutdown, the Southside 911 system, which does background checks for about 20% of the state population, just said, hey, COVID, that's not part of the work we're going to do. We're an essential operation, but we're not going to do that. Huge impediment to all firearms purchases there. Rather than sue them, we drafted a letter and started calling allies in the state legislature. And they were eager and happy to lend their names and letterhead to a letter that we helped them work up to Southside 911 that said, this is a terrible idea. It's a bad policy. First of all, it's part of your job. You can't just decide which parts of your job you're going to do and not do. But much more importantly, you're denying people the ability to exercise their Second Amendment rights. Or even worse, you are allowing delivery of firearms to people who shouldn't get them. Because of course, after a 30-day delay, an FFL is allowed to deliver a firearm to a prospective purchaser if there hasn't been a response on the background check. And we pointed out to them that an FFL might elect to make that delivery, and if they made a delivery to a person not entitled to have a firearm, there's no liability to the FFL if Southside 911 has refused to process the background check, but somebody's going to have to go out and seize that firearm back. We were elated to have, I think, 36 members of the Senate and State House of Representatives lend their names to this letter. Southside 911 reversed course immediately. They certainly, whether they realized the decision or not, they certainly realized it when they got the letter and realized that everybody was watching them, including many elected officials in the jurisdictions that they covered. We've had a number of issues with fingerprints stopping. We got one of those resolved. I was elated. In under 24 hours, a county sheriff's office said we'll do fingerprints for renewal concealed carry permits, but not new applications. And I was surprised by this. That sheriff was definitely an ally. I'm not going to name the county or the sheriff because it's very much an ally and a Second Amendment supporter. I suspect the sheriff might not even have known that that decision had been made by his staff. We made a couple of phone calls, and 24 hours later, we're told that's being updated, the website's being changed, here's the new language that's going up. And of course, it says, you can make an appointment for fingerprinting for either renewals or new applications. So again, no lawsuit could have gotten a result that fast and would have upset and alienated a sheriff who's very much a supporter of the Second Amendment. On the felony charges against first-time buyers, again, these are elected prosecutors, some of them very anti-gun, but what we've tried to point out to them, maybe with a little bit less success than the fingerprinting issue. Look, if word gets out that a person who attempts to go through the legal process of a background check and fails, then faces felony liability, they're not going to go through the background check process, but that doesn't mean they won't try to lay hands on a firearm. You're discouraging people from going through a background check process that weeds out purchasers who should not have firearms. It's bad policy to discourage them. We totally understand if you see someone who's bipping around the state, making attempts to purchase all over, they know that they're not authorized, they know they've been denied before, and they keep doing it. I can see bringing charges against somebody like that. But with so many first-time purchasers who don't understand the process, sometimes don't even know that there is a background check when they wander into a gun store, perhaps imagining that they could lay gold bullion on the table and walk out with a machine gun, who knows what they're thinking. They go through the background check process, they're denied, they don't get a firearm. The system worked. I think charging people for that success is a discouragement to having the system work. We've gotten less direct response on our pressure campaign on that one. Most of where we learned of these issues came from public defenders. To the extent I think it's worked, it's because the public defenders have stopped calling and saying that they're seeing these charges. So a little less immediate gratifying response, but again, making it very clear to people, look, even if you are hostile to gun rights and the Second Amendment, the decisions you're making at the margins of the system of protecting Second Amendment rights are bad decisions that are having exactly the opposite effect that you might intend. They tend to reverse those decisions if you give them a rational argument with a lot of sunlight and political pressure on them. So that's been much more gratifying to me than my unfortunate very recent loss in litigation where I'm still licking my wounds over it. Again, I'd like to thank Alan and Julianne and the Second Amendment Foundation. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to do this work, working to protect Second Amendment rights for people in the state of Washington. And I'm very glad, particularly on the shutdown side, of the success we've been able to have simply by bringing polite political pressure to bear on elected officials. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Dillon of Dillon Law Group, Carlsbad, California. Although we're not meeting in person, it is an honor to be speaking to you as a part of the 2020 Gun Rights Policy Conference. There's no question we are living in strange times, and that is an understatement. With the presidential election looming, one thing is clear. The push for more gun control and the further erosion of our inalienable fundamental Second Amendment rights is at risk. During an election year, that risk grows exponentially. That is why I and other Second Amendment lawyers have made it our mission to stop these unconstitutional encroachments on your right to keep and bear arms. Living and practicing law in California, one thing is clear. The anti-gun agenda is in full swing. California averages around 10 new gun restrictions every year. Oftentimes, these laws are expanded before they even had a chance to be implemented. Frankly, the goalposts will forever be moved further and further downfield, as there's no amount of gun restriction that would be sufficient other than a categorical ban on all firearms. Many believe California to be a lost cause, where rights go to die. However, states like California are the bedrock for gun control laws that are being implemented in other states and nationally. California is the birthplace for assault weapon bans, firearm registration, handgun rosters, 10-day waiting periods, red flag laws, high-capacity magazine bans, and even fictitious micro-stamping technology. If states like California are discarded as a lost cause, these unconstitutional laws will eventually bleed into your state. This is inevitable. Today, we see many of these laws parroted by current presidential candidates. That is why it is vital that gun owners take up this fight in California and bring the necessary lawsuits that take back our rights. And I'll add, with the recent Ninth Circuit decision in Duncan v. Becerra, stating that California's ban on high-capacity magazines is unconstitutional, California is not a lost cause. I have the pleasure of working with the Second Amendment Foundation, Firearms Policy Coalition, the San Diego County Gun Owners Association, and many other gun rights organizations to take on the state of California. We are challenging the state's assault weapons ban. We're challenging the state's unconstitutional age restrictions on adults. And most recently, we have challenged the state's unconstitutional closure of gun shops as non-essential businesses during this pandemic. And we've also taken on the DOJ's delay in background checks. With each lawsuit, we take back our Second Amendment right. We're beginning to see results of this hard work. Now is the time to double down on our efforts and force the government to respect our Second Amendment rights, one court victory at a time. Finally, as the theme of GRPC is electing freedom, I must add that it is our duty to take a stand at the voting booth. It is time we demand more of our elected representatives. It is time to demand that our Second Amendment rights are not negotiable. We have the power to ensure that the people elected into office support our Second Amendment rights. And if they don't, we will elect someone who will. It is time to make your voice heard and do your part to elect real representatives at the local, state, and national level. Thank you.
Hey everyone, Adam Kraut here. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the Director of Legal Strategy for Firearms Policy Coalition, where I'm responsible for planning, coordinating, and advising on FPC's litigation efforts. Prior to joining FPC, I spent about 5 years in private practice litigating firearms matters at both the state and federal level. And for those of you who do know me, I guess COVID's taken a toll on all of us. In my case, went straight to my beard. I'd just like to say it's an honor to be presenting at this year's Gun Rights Policy Conference. Thank you to the Second Amendment Foundation for the opportunity, and I'm bummed that the circumstances don't allow us to do it in person so I can say hi to all of you. I've got 8 minutes to talk to you about winning firearms freedoms one lawsuit at a time, so let's get the timer started and dive right in. By the time I'm done talking, I want you to take away 3 main points. First, the lower courts have systematically ignored Heller's directives. Second, case law interpreting the Second Amendment is in its infancy. And third, until the Supreme Court takes up a Second Amendment case that directly addresses the right, we're left with the Circuit Court's interpretation of Heller and the right itself. So, when litigating Second Amendment cases, like other areas of the law, there exist certain realities. The biggest being that case law or decisions from the U.S. Supreme Court are controlling, at least in the context of challenges that involve the federal Constitution. And then there's certainly instances where lawsuits are brought in state court only on theories of state law, which would then subject them to the case law or decisions from the state Supreme Court and that state's constitution. Remember I mentioned Heller a few moments ago? Here's where that comes in. By now, everyone's likely heard of the two cases, District of Columbia v. Heller and McDonald v. City of Chicago, which were decided in 2008 and 2010 respectively. If you haven't, the basic overview is that Heller said there's an individual right to keep and bear arms for defense of one's hearth and home, and McDonald incorporated that right against the states under the Due Process Clause or the Privileges and Immunities Clause of the 14th Amendment. Seems simple enough, right? That's where you'd be wrong. Since those two cases were decided, the lower courts have been in disarray as to what Heller actually means in relation to firearms rights. Sure, there's an individual right to keep and bear arms in the home, but does that apply outside of the home? Do states have the ability to regulate the manner in which an individual carries a firearm outside of the home? Can firearms ownership be subjected to permitting schemes? Are all felons barred from owning firearms for the remainder of their lives? Does the Second Amendment protect popular firearms like the AR-15, or as I like to call it, America's rifle, and magazines that hold more than 10 rounds? While all these are important questions, there exist other issues that plague lawyers litigating these cases. And here's the part where the lower courts are sidestepping the Supreme Court's directive in Heller. By now, most of the lower federal courts of appeals have adopted a two-step inquiry when a Second Amendment challenge is brought. They want to know, first, does this thing or law burden conduct protected by the Second Amendment? If the answer is no, then the analysis is over. However, if the answer is yes, the next question is, what level of scrutiny applies? Rather than leave you guessing as to what the levels of scrutiny are and what they mean, here's the quick down and dirty version in order of the highest burden on the government to the lowest. A strict scrutiny analysis requires that the law further a compelling governmental interest and must be narrowly tailored to achieve that interest. Put another way, the law must be written in the least restrictive means possible to further that interest. Intermediate scrutiny requires the law further an important governmental interest by means that are substantially related to that interest. In other words, under this standard, the law can be more broad in scope. And under the last standard, rational basis, it only has to be asserting a legitimate government interest, and there has to be a rational connection between the means and the goals. We can ignore this, the Supreme Court says doesn't apply to Second Amendment challenges. Unfortunately, the lower courts have adopted a position that unless the core of the Second Amendment is at issue, intermediate scrutiny applies, which has resulted in a number of the laws being found to be constitutional. Justice Thomas has repeatedly voiced his discontent with the lower court's failure to follow the clear directives in Heller, and specifically took issue with that two-part test, and this idea that there exists a core Second Amendment right and those on the periphery in a recent dissent from denial certiorari. However, until the Supreme Court elects to hear another case, the law developed in the various circuits will continue to determine how cases are won and lost in those courts. So, I know what you're all thinking, but Adam, the topic's winning firearms freedoms one lawsuit at a time. How's this even relevant to winning? Second Amendment says shall not be infringed. Isn't that good enough? Good questions. Allow me to explain. As I mentioned earlier, I wanted you all to remember that the body of case law surrounding the Second Amendment is young, particularly compared to other areas of the law. Heller was decided in 2008, and here we are 12 years later with only several Supreme Court decisions squarely addressing the right. Sure, there have been others that discuss firearms rights in some secondary or tertiary manner, like does a convicted felon have a property interest in their gun? But very few decisions directly discuss whether a challenged law violates an individual's Second Amendment right. Now, let's compare such a short period of time to, say, that of the First Amendment, which has been developed over the last 100 years or more and has a litany of cases interpreting the meaning of it. And to top it all off, getting a case to the Supreme Court takes time, planning, and a lot of money. For an example, New York State Rifle and Pistol Association, the case the Supreme Court recently found to be moot, was filed on March 29, 2013. It took 7 years and 30 days from the day it was filed to the day the Supreme Court issued its opinion. Simply put, none of this is going to happen overnight. Second, unless the Supreme Court elects to hear another Second Amendment case, we're left with the various circuit courts' interpretation of what Heller and the right itself means. Heller never claimed to be the end-all guide to the Second Amendment, and it offered little analysis on a number of the questions I raised earlier. As a result, that means some challenges in various circuits are dead on arrival, while they may be viable in others. In other respects, it means that the circuits themselves are going to be weighing in and determining whether certain conduct is protected or not, if that's not already been decided. Ultimately, what it means is that in some areas of the country, a circuit will say the conduct is protected, and in other areas, it won't be. Point being, unless there's a massive restructuring of the judiciary, as in judges leaving the bench and new judges being appointed who hold different views of the law and are willing to rehear an issue to overturn prior precedent, the current interpretations of the law will likely remain. Two other general points worth mentioning for those who are litigating these types of cases: they must be done in a thoughtful manner. Attempting to challenge every restriction simply because it exists is a surefire way to create more case law that's going to make it harder to advance firearms rights. The same goes for plaintiff selection. For example, when bringing a challenge against a mental health prohibition, it might be wiser to pursue an appeal with a plaintiff who had a single isolated instance of an involuntary commitment versus one that was involuntarily committed and then held for a longer period of time by several following court orders. Additionally, the Second Amendment is supposed to be interpreted consistent with the understanding of that right at the time of adoption. Put another way, text as informed by history and tradition, rather than some interest balancing test like we discussed earlier. Placing accurate historical information before the courts is imperative to achieving this interpretation. Should an attorney be litigating one of these cases, it would be beneficial to either provide the court with that information or ask for amicus in help in doing so. The unfortunate reality is that attorneys who favor this approach will likely not have a panel agree to overturn circuit precedent. However, it's important to maintain this approach because it's most consistent with Supreme Court precedent, and until the Supreme Court endorses this two-part test, it'd just be silly to concede that issue. So, what's the too long didn't watch summary? Heller is the seminal case when it comes to Second Amendment rights, but the lower courts have strayed from remaining true to its interpretation of that right. Until the Supreme Court elects to hear another Second Amendment case, we're going to be left with the various circuits' interpretation, which means that advancing firearms freedoms has to be done with careful planning in order to avoid creating bad case law. I hope you all found that informative, and until next time, we'll be here fighting for you, the people. Take care, everyone.
Thank you all for coming to listen to this talk. I am George Moxery. I'm a professor of law at the University of Wyoming College of Law. And I'll be talking to you today about two cases in which the Second Amendment Foundation filed amicus briefs. And I'll be giving you a sense of what went on in those briefs. Both cases are in the Ninth Circuit. Both cases are out of the Southern District of California. And in both cases, the challengers to the statutes in question won at the district court level. And in one of the cases, the challengers also won at the circuit level. The first case is Road versus Becerra. The basic facts are that California enacted a requirement that every ammunition purchase be subject to a background check. Again, the district court declared the law unconstitutional. The state appealed, and SAF filed a brief that I'll be discussing today. Oral argument on the case in the Ninth Circuit will be set in November. It's going to be in November. The exact date isn't decided yet. So the brief made four basic arguments. First, that ammunition is covered by the Second Amendment. Right? Without the right to purchase or possess ammunition, the right to bear arms is useless. That's an even stronger version of the argument that won in Ezel that said that you can't ban firing ranges. Ammunition regulation, therefore, falls within the scope of the Second Amendment. That fits with Duncan versus Becerra, which Dave Kopel is discussing at this conference, which struck down a large capacity magazine ban. Second, ammunition background checks are not presumptively lawful. Jackson versus San Francisco concluded that Heller did not mean to include ammunition regulation as a restriction falling within the presumptively lawful category, which we're all familiar with. So for a regulation to be presumptively lawful, it has to be long-standing with historical justifications. And this background check system in California, in contrast to these requirements, is the first of its kind and was enacted in 2019, so it cannot fit into the presumptively lawful category. The next argument in the brief is that the regulation does not satisfy intermediate scrutiny. None of the 5 elements laid out in the Supreme Court's intermediate scrutiny doctrine are satisfied by the state's regulation. And the brief here actually does the best job I've seen of laying out Supreme Court precedent on intermediate scrutiny in a very detailed way. The breadth of the analysis here is exceptional. It lays out intermediate scrutiny requirements into breaks it out into 5 elements. One, the state has to produce substantial evidence. That evidence has to prove that the government's objective is achieved more effectively through regulation. It has to overcome rebuttal evidence. It has to refrain from, the regulation has to refrain from suppressing protected conduct in the same proportion as it does secondary effects. And it has to consider less burdensome alternatives. Of course, if there are less burdensome alternatives, then the regulation fails. Finally, the 4th argument in the case is that in addition to failing intermediate scrutiny, the district court properly applied what it called the simple Heller test. And that test is, quote, whether the law bans the types of arms commonly used for a lawful purpose or for lawful purposes, end quote. The test applied to this situation is whether the citizens who use ordinary ammunition typically do so for lawful purposes. In this case, the California law is a complete ban on a common type of ammunition for a great many citizens who improperly fail the background check because they got flagged for things that they shouldn't have. And because the process of getting these things in the background check system is so difficult, they never succeed in getting, in effect, their rights to ammunition restored. The district court noted this in great detail, and the number of people affected is in the tens of thousands. And California didn't dispute this at all. And so therefore, the brief argues, as the district court held, that the simple Heller test has failed. So that's Rhode versus Becerra. The other one is a public carry case, Young versus Hawaii. The basic facts are that Young wanted to carry openly in Hawaii, where concealed carry is banned, and recall in a context where the Ninth Circuit said a couple of years ago that concealed carry can be banned. The procedural history is that the district court, the District of Hawaii, dismissed the case on the ground that the Second Amendment only protects in-home firearm ownership. That typical argument, typical rather simple argument that gets thrown around quite a bit. The Ninth Circuit panel here reversed, Judge O'Scanlan writing, and there was a very strong undercurrent in the opinion that open carry has to be allowed if concealed carry is banned. The Ninth Circuit, perhaps not surprisingly, granted en banc rehearing, which was stayed until New York State, excuse me, rifle and pistol was decided. That's now been decided, of course, or declared moot. And so oral argument's been scheduled, and it'll take place actually in less than a week on September 24th. And the Second Amendment Foundation filed the brief that I'll be discussing today. So the brief made essentially 6 arguments. First, the rights to keep and bear arms are equally protected under the Second Amendment. The amendment's text doesn't provide a hierarchy for either keeping or bearing, saying that one enjoys a better position than the other. Second, it looks at founding era dictionaries to define bear as synonymous with carry. That's a straightforward argument. Heller adopted that argument as well. This brief takes that and builds on it a bit. Third, the brief says that Heller firmly established that the right to bear arms is not exclusive to military uses. Heller rejects the contention that the first clause of the Second Amendment only allows for arms bearing to maintain a militia, but rather also for self-defense and hunting. Historically, James Madison and Thomas Jefferson proposed a bill in Virginia that expressly used bearing arms in a non-military setting. And finally, although bear arms is sometimes closely associated with the word war during the colonial era, war actually, and this is a remarkable finding perhaps, did not just indicate a full-fledged military conflict, but was also used in reference to personal hostilities. Fourth argument, during the colonial era, only New Jersey ever enacted a law that restricted law-abiding citizens' right to bear arms, and that only restricted some concealed carry, and it was long gone by the time of the founding. That's not surprising. A number of the founders openly carried themselves. That's part of the argument as well. And finally, the contention that Americans in early America were terrified of gun carrying is just not accurate. The colonies actually required members of the militia to carry firearms, and several states required bearing arms for safety concerns not related to military activity. With that, I'll conclude. Thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions or would like to discuss further, please feel free to contact me.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Schmutter. I am an attorney practicing Second Amendment law in New Jersey and New York and elsewhere as well. I want to talk about a few of the cases that we've been involved in this past year. First set of cases we call the COVID cases because they arise from Governor Phil Murphy's shutdown order in New Jersey. On March 21st, 2020, Governor Murphy implemented Executive Order 107, which largely shut down most retail businesses, very much like many orders around the country. The order also shut down so-called recreational businesses, but Governor Murphy included in that category ranges. Now, naturally, the executive order exempted what they referred to as essential businesses, but in New Jersey, the essential businesses included liquor stores, bike shops, medical marijuana dispensaries, and pet stores, but not gun stores. So gun stores and ranges were all shut down. So on March 25th, we sued the governor on behalf of the Association of New Jersey Rifle and Pistol Clubs, and GRPC, along with an FFL plaintiff and an individual plaintiff, first to get the gun stores open. That's GRPC versus Murphy. Well, 5 days later, on March 30th, the governor backed down and issued an order adding an exemption for gun stores as an essential business. So we were very happy with that, but ranges were still shut down. Now, as you'll see, timing is very important. Each lawsuit needs to be brought at the right time in the right way. On April 29th, the governor issued an executive order reopening parks, golf courses, and outdoor tennis courts, but not outdoor ranges. So we sued the governor again, this time with GRPC as an outdoor range operator. That case was Ricci versus Murphy. 6 days later, the governor backed down and issued an executive order allowing outdoor ranges to reopen. So again, we were very happy with that. But indoor ranges were still closed. So that leads to the third case. On June 9th, the governor announced a relaxation of rules for indoor religious and political activities, but not for indoor ranges. Worse, the governor announced that he would be allowing hair salons, nail salons, massage parlors, tattoo parlors, and tanning salons to reopen, but not indoor ranges. So we sued the governor a third time, and he backed down a third time. And that case was Matthews versus Murphy. So we're pretty happy that we were able to push back repeatedly in a state which took one of the most aggressive approaches to the shutdowns. Now I want to talk a little bit about our New Jersey magazine ban case. Now, many of you are probably familiar with the case Duncan versus Becerra, which was decided a couple of weeks ago by the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. It was a great decision by the Ninth Circuit panel, striking down California's ban on magazines with a capacity of greater than 10 rounds. The court determined that it was unconstitutional under the Second Amendment. Very, very good result that we're very happy with, because we have a very similar case challenging New Jersey's magazine ban brought by GRPC called GRPC versus Graywell. Now, we've asserted very similar arguments, and in June, we argued our appeal before the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. We just got our decision today being September 1st when I'm recording this. You're watching this several weeks later. But in a 2-1 decision, the court ruled against us on a procedural ground called law of the case. Now, this appeal was the second appeal in the case. In 2018, when we first brought the lawsuit, the trial judge denied our request for an emergency injunction. We were trying to stop the implementation of law as it was originally intended to be implemented back in 2018. Well, we appealed that to the Third Circuit, and the court ruled against us back then. After the case came back from appeal to the trial court, the district judge ruled against us again, and that's this appeal. We're appealing that second ruling. The state argued that the first three-judge panel had already decided the case in full. In other words, the first panel didn't just decide the emergency injunction, but it went to the full merits of the case and decided the entire case. And because of that, the second panel was not allowed to decide the case on its own. It was bound by what the first court did. That's called law of the case. We argued first that the first court did not decide the case in its entirety, but second, that even if it did, several of the exceptions to that rule applied, and therefore this second panel should have been allowed to decide the case. Well, today the panel decided 2-1 against us, and decided that it was bound by the first decision and it could not decide the merits of the case. Well, what's really interesting is the dissenting opinion by Judge Paul Mady. First, Judge Mady agreed with us that the original panel had not decided the case in full, and that the second panel should be allowed to decide the case and should decide the case in our favor. But more importantly, Judge Mady thought the entire approach used by the Third Circuit to decide Second Amendment cases is entirely wrong. Like most other courts, the Third Circuit applies a two-step approach using what courts refer to as tiers of scrutiny. This may be something you've heard of. You may have heard phrases such as strict scrutiny or intermediate scrutiny, where strict scrutiny means that the law is subjected to the most stringent, the most difficult test to determine whether it's constitutional. Well, Judge Mady thinks that's totally wrong. And he thinks that the Third Circuit should discard that entirely and embrace what is often referred to as the text, history, and tradition approach that was emphasized by the United States Supreme Court in District of Columbia versus Heller. And under that approach, the court simply compares the law to the text, history, and tradition of the Second Amendment and the right to keep and bear arms to see if it's consistent with that or not. But because the Third Circuit already uses the other approach, it would require review by the full Third Circuit Court in order to change that. Well, that's known as rehearing en banc. You may have heard of that phrase, rehearing en banc, when the full appellate court decides to rehear a case that's already been decided by a three-judge panel. And we're, in fact, considering asking for that. We haven't decided yet since we just got the decision today, but since you're watching this several weeks from now, you may already know what we decided to do, so you'll let me know. What's really interesting about Judge Mady's view on this is that at least 2 justices of the Supreme Court agree with him, maybe even more than 2. But the Supreme Court just recently refused to hear another one of our cases, Rogers versus Graywall. Rogers was our challenge to New Jersey's highly restrictive carry law. Now, Rogers was one of 10 cases that the court refused to hear this year, which was very surprising to most people. Most folks thought that with 10 petitions, 10 requests pending in front of the Supreme Court, the court would at least take up one of those cases to advance and clarify Second Amendment law. But they surprised almost everyone by taking up none of them. Now, 2 justices, Justice Thomas and Justice Kavanaugh, filed a dissenting opinion from the refusal to hear our Rogers case. One of the principal concerns of those dissenting justices was that the lower courts are doing this stuff wrong by applying the tiers of scrutiny approach. The justices argued, just like Judge Mady in our magazine case, that the right approach to Second Amendment cases was the text, history, and tradition approach from Heller. So, like Judge Mady in our magazine case, Justices Thomas and Kavanaugh would have heard our Rogers case on the merits, and they would have decided to strike the New Jersey carry law as unconstitutional based on the text, history, and tradition of the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. So what we may be seeing here, and this is interesting, is the defining of one of the paths that Second Amendment litigation may be taking going forward, altering the framework of how these cases are even considered by courts in the first instance. And that may be very interesting to watch. Thank you.
Hello, Gun Lobby. I'm Jeff Knox, Director of the Firearms Coalition. And you? Well, you are the gun lobby. Some use the term gun lobby as a pejorative, talking about guys in expensive suits passing out money in DC and state capitals. But that's not the gun lobby, and neither is the NRA or GOA or the Firearms Coalition. The gun lobby is you, and 40 or 50 million other people like you who appreciate firearms and the founders' foresight in including the right to arms in the Constitution of the United States. Now, as we gather online for the 35th Annual Gun Rights Policy Conference with the theme of Elect Freedom, there are some things missing. Not only is this year's conference missing the networking and camaraderie of a live assembly, there's also a gaping hole in the event with the absence of our dear friend Joe Tartareau, who passed away earlier this year. Joe did yeoman's duty in the rights fight for decades, and he'll be sorely missed. Something many people didn't know about Joe, though he never concealed it, is the fact that he was a lifelong Democrat. And that's something else that, while not completely absent from GRPC, is in extremely short supply these days within the rights movement. We used to have a lot of Democratic allies in the fight, and many have criticized the NRA and other rights groups for running them off. Well, the fact is gun owners didn't throw out the Democrats. The Democrats threw out gun owners. Today, supporting even the strongest of pro-rights Democrats in a competitive race means potentially helping retain Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House, or elevating Chuck Schumer to Senate Majority Leader, or giving Democrats a majority in a state legislature. Gun owners must oppose them, because Democrats have demonstrated that if they have a majority, they will use it to push through gun control laws. Now, gun control has become such a core issue in their platform that they push it even in states like Vermont, where gun laws have always been liberal and crime rates have always been low, demonstrating that they're not addressing problems, they're pushing an ideology. We have a perfect example of it in Virginia. Just this last year, when Democrats gained control, even when tens of thousands of angry gun owners showed up in protest, they still pushed through a raft of draconian gun control legislation, ignoring the protests almost completely. Today, we face similar situations in over a dozen states. My own beloved Arizona is just a handful of seats away from Democratic control. And last year, a dozen Democrats in the legislature showed what their party would do if they had the majority by introducing an aggressive gun control bill in the nation's most gun-friendly state. And we also have Mark Kelly, Mr. Gabby Giffords, leading polls in his Senate race here in Arizona, where a victory would help Chuck Schumer take control of the U.S. Senate. Now, there's a lot of turmoil within the rights movement these days, with what's been going on at the NRA, and that's just all the more reason for you to get more directly involved. Financial support is important, but even more important than money is your engagement and participation. Volunteering to help local politicians gives you an inside track to influence those politicians and possibly become a trusted advisor. Volunteering to help your favorite rights organization is also much appreciated. You are the gun lobby. Don't wait for someone else to do the work for you. Whether it's donating money, volunteering for a campaign, getting involved in local party politics, calling and emailing your legislators, or just sharing useful articles and information on social media, you can make a difference. Now is the time to step up and help save the Republic. This year, more than ever, the game isn't chess or even checkers. This year, the game is tic-tac-toe, a simple game of support the good guys, block the bad guys. Sometimes that means supporting someone who's not great in order to block someone who's a lot worse, or who would give the opposition more power. Now, don't get suckered into purity tests and the idea that the lesser of two evils is still evil. These are politicians we're talking about. The truly good are few and far between, but the lesser of two evils is less evil, and less evil is way better than more evil any day. After 36 years, the Firearms Coalition is in the midst of a major realignment, rolling out a new website and email communication system, and possibly some other new projects. We'd love for you to join us and help us to keep you informed. Please visit www.firearmscoalition.org to see what we're up to. I'm Jeff Knox of the Firearms Coalition, and you are the gun lobby. Thank you.
Hey there, GRPC. Happy to see you all again. I'm Matthew LaRosiere, the Director of Legal Policy for Firearms Policy Coalition. We are an aggressively nonpartisan group of civil rights advocates, lawyers, and activists. We're not just about gun rights either. We're about all of your civil rights. As you can see by our slogan, all the rights, all the time. We believe all of our rights are related and necessary. Like you, we know that we always have to be on guard to preserve those rights, because the forces that want to diminish and damage them never sleep. I'd like to thank Alan and Julianne at SAF for the opportunity to join the panel and share this information with you all. And I'd especially like to thank them for their incredible partnership over the past few years, which have allowed us together to make some solid wins in our field. I'm proud to say that FPC has gotten a lot done since the last time we spoke. With all of your help, we've ramped up our legal, policy, and grassroots effort and are seeing positive change coming to the world already. As you all know, and the reason why I'm talking to you digitally, the COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented changes to our world. Among these changes were governments far and wide treating the Second Amendment with reckless abandon. Where people lined up, sometimes for blocks, to purchase firearms, governments across the nation sought to close gun shops, cut off access to permitting, and even worse. Because of your help, we were able to fight hard in the opening stages of the pandemic. We put the screws to those bad actors, dropping letters and filing lawsuits. Thankfully, we saw many of these governments correct course, while others had to be dragged to court. Still, we were fresh to fight in Texas, North Carolina, California, Georgia, Massachusetts, just to name a few. We were able to move fast, responding to many new federal calls to restrict your right to keep and bear arms, such as ghost gun bans, and we were straight to the bat to speak about brewing actions by our nation's out-of-control administrative agencies. We fought at about every level, filing briefs against secret government watch lists, against the court treating your Second Amendment rights as second class, against bans on common semi-automatic rifles, against ammo background checks, against cities stealing guns, and more. All of this, again, was only possible because of your help, and I thank you so much. Now, looking ahead, I'm excited to tell you we have no plans of slowing down. We're working on ramping up our media presence, handing you guys more interesting videos and other materials on the topics you care about, plus building educational and training opportunities to help new activists. We want to make sure you've got everything you need to effectively fight for our rights, whether it be in your local assembly, social media feed, or Thanksgiving table. We want to make sure we have your back. We know the right to keep and bear arms is about a lot more than hunting or target shooting. It's about our right to be safe from unlawful force, our right to never have no choice but to accept being destroyed by a bad actor. It truly is a matter of life and death. That's why we've got no choice but to win and restore our rights. And we're going to do that by winning hearts and minds, by changing the shape of the debate and bringing new people into the fold, by growing the grassroots army, and ultimately taking back what's ours. Thank you again for your time, your attention, and most of all, your support. To learn more about us and our efforts, check out firearmspolicy.org and consider joining up.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to speak. It's an honor to address the 35th Annual Gun Rights Policy Conference and share with you what NRA-ILA has accomplished in the political and legislative arenas. It's always exciting to be part of helping gun owners work together to protect our rights. In fact, just a few months ago, NRA-ILA was happy to work together with SAF and other gun rights groups to stop those who tried to use COVID-19 as an excuse for gun control. Working together, we quickly set out to challenge any so-called emergency orders that sought to prevent law-abiding Americans from exercising their fundamental right to defend themselves and their families. Coupled with this effort, we worked to urge the Trump administration to issue guidance that echoes what we were arguing in courts all across the country, that firearms and ammunition retailers are critical infrastructure, because nothing is more critical than our right to self-defense. Speaking of working in the courts, since the early 2000s, ILA has been laser focused on judicial nominations, from vetting and background work to working with presidential administrations and Congress. ILA has been putting in the work to ensure that the Second Amendment can succeed in our nation's courts. That work quickly, at least quickly in the judicial sense, bore fruits with victories for gun owners in Heller and McDonald that were made possible by changes to our Supreme Court during the Bush administration. But our judicial work isn't always about offense. In 2016, Isla played a key role, ensuring that Judge Merrick Garland didn't become Justice Merrick Garland. Garland doesn't believe in the individual right to keep and bear arms, and he would have had a devastating effect on the Second Amendment. Keeping him off the high court was critical for gun rights. In the last 4 years, Isla has worked closely with the Trump administration in the United States Senate on filling judicial vacancies with judges who value and respect the Second Amendment. In July, President Trump and the Senate reached the incredible milestone of filling more than 200 judicial vacancies, including 2 seats on the Supreme Court. The significance of these appointments cannot be overstated, as these judges will protect our constitutional rights for generations. And you don't have to look hard for the proof. Take the recent Ninth Circuit decision in Duncan v. Becerra that affirmed what we all know: California's ban on the possession of so-called large capacity magazines violates the Second Amendment. And that opinion was written by Judge Kenneth Lee, who was appointed to the Ninth Circuit by President Donald Trump last year. But as we've recently been reminded, we can't rely solely on the courts to protect our rights. That's why Isla remains focused on seeking positive change for gun rights through legislation and administrative law as well. Shortly after taking office, President Trump wasted no time repealing an Obama-era scheme that forced Social Security recipients to choose between their benefits and their Second Amendment rights to possess a firearm. A false choice that nobody should ever have to make. More recently, President Trump announced a rule to eliminate the largest federal gun-free zone that exists on nearly 12 million acres of land and waters managed by the Army Corps of Engineers. As you are likely aware, carrying firearms for self-defense is generally prohibited on these lands, even though they are regularly used for outdoor activities such as hunting, hiking, fishing, and camping. Isla's efforts also expand into the international arena. Isla has been battling against the Arms Trade Treaty for over a decade. Our efforts were rewarded last year when President Trump unsigned that terrible treaty on the stage at our annual meeting. While most of you are probably familiar with the Arms Trade Treaty, what you may not know is why withdrawing from that treaty was so important. We recognized early on that the treaty was not meant to combat criminal trade in firearms, but was instead to be used as a weapon to attack lawful gun owners. And while we have removed the U.S. from any obligations under it, it doesn't mean the threat is over, which is why we remain vigilant to this day. While all of us have experienced some great wins for gun rights in the last 4 years, those policy wins were built on the back of hard-fought political victories. Protecting and expanding our right to keep and bear arms requires that all gun owners get involved in the political fight. We once again have the opportunity to play an historic role in this election by helping re-elect President Donald Trump, retaining a pro-gun majority in the United States Senate, and taking back the House. The alternatives would be disastrous for the Second Amendment. The courts would be transformed into unrecognizable rubber stamps for gun control. The Senate would eliminate the filibuster and ram through unprecedented restrictions on our rights. And the Nancy Pelosi-controlled House would pass one gun ban after another. My friends, we cannot allow this to happen. Together we can stop this. Together we must stop this. And together we will win. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Doug Ritter with Knife Rights. Knife Rights is the advocacy organization for knife owners in America. We are the second front in the defense of our Second Amendment. Just to recap, since 2010, Knife Rights has been responsible for the enactment of 32 bills repealing knife bans in 22 states and over 100 cities and towns. So obviously, the COVID-19 epidemic has had a serious impact on our ability to get legislation done this year, as it has with everybody. Despite that, earlier this year, we got knife law preemption passed in West Virginia. That makes the 13th state that we've passed knife law preemption since we started in 2010. Appreciate the help that we received from NRA and from the Virginia Citizens Defense League in getting that done this year. Knife law preemption, just like firearms preemption, means that the state law prevails, and that gets rid of all the local restrictions and cities and towns and counties that may exist, and it ensures that they cannot pass restrictions more restrictive than state law in the future. So preemption is a big deal. we were at Knife Rights the first to initiate knife law preemption in the states, and now we've got 13 states done, and we are working on other states going forward. So one of our major efforts this year has been to upgrade our Legal Blade app. The Legal Blade app was the first app available to allow you to discover what the laws are, not just in your state, but in the other 50 states and the District of Columbia and over 40 cities nationwide. The app was getting a little long in the tooth. The interface was a little old-fashioned, and we're very excited that we announced our Legal Blade app 2.0 earlier this year. It is a huge improvement in terms of interface. The data, of course, stays the same. The laws haven't changed except where we've changed them. But it makes it much easier for people to use the app. It is friendly with all the latest iterations of iOS and Android. It now has a map interface, so you can get the law where you are at via GPS, or you can select the state on a map or select the state on a drop-down. We also added 4 more categories of knives that were covered by the Legal Blade app, as well as information on ivory bands throughout the United States. So following up on our Legal Blade app 2.0, we also were able to team up with a legal aid provider to ensure that knife owners were able to get the same sort of coverage in case they use a knife in self-defense as gun owners have become accustomed to. More than that, this legal services provider will also cover you if you are arrested on a weapons charge, even though you're carrying a perfectly legal knife, which of course you will know if you use Legal Blade 2.0 app to find out what's legal. You've heard it before and you'll hear it again this weekend. This is the most important election in our lifetime, if perhaps the entire history of the United States. We stand on a precipice. We have to win this election. Knife Rights is a nonpartisan organization, but we have always been a Second Amendment organization. We are the second front in the defense of our Second Amendment. And I encourage you to vote the Second Amendment. And you have to vote. If you don't show up to vote, you're voting for the other guy, the guy who wants to take away your Second Amendment rights. So get out there, vote, and vote for the Second Amendment, please.
Good afternoon. Since I was talking with you in Phoenix last year, there have been some developments. And so this year, I'm going to be talking with you about 2 cases related to COVID-19 shutdown orders that I've handled on behalf of the Second Amendment Foundation. The first case was in New Jersey, and it's a case that we filed right when the lockdown first went into effect. When Governor Murphy first issued stay-at-home orders that did not include gun stores, his administration also shut down the portal that New Jersey State Police provides for gun dealers to perform background checks. At first, they weren't even completing the background checks for pending sales, and it was impossible to input any new ones. Now, in the context of New Jersey, this was particularly significant because private sales are illegal. So if gun stores are not open and cannot perform background checks, then it is impossible to legally acquire a gun in New Jersey. Now, the rub is that you need a license to buy a gun in Jersey. And if you already have that license, then you almost certainly already have a gun, right? So we wanted to find some individuals to be plaintiffs who had gun licenses, but who didn't own any guns, because we thought that was a more pressing claim than that of someone who basically just wanted to buy another gun. But I really thought that was a needle in a haystack. So it was to my surprise that we were able to find a not insignificant number of these people who had New Jersey firearms purchaser identification cards, but who didn't own any guns. And a lot of them basically told me that they had wanted to have the ability to acquire a gun if they felt it was necessary, but that they hadn't really wanted a gun around up until that point. And that was a bit of an epiphany for me. People valued the ability to get a firearm to protect themselves, even if they didn't actually want to go out and buy a gun. And I realized that there are other rights we value in the same way. You can think that it's very important to protect the right to speak about controversial or highly controversial topics, even though you don't choose to speak about controversial or highly controversial topics, for example. So in any event, less than 24 hours after my cell phone started exploding on a Sunday morning in March, we filed a lawsuit in the District of New Jersey Federal Court on behalf of an individual and an FFL, as well as on behalf of the Second Amendment Foundation and another organization, the New Jersey Second Amendment Society. Shortly thereafter, we amended that suit to include several additional plaintiffs and FFLs. And what we said in that suit is that the stay-at-home orders amount to a ban on obtaining firearms in the state of New Jersey. Well, somewhat surprisingly, the state of New Jersey changed course. A week after we filed the case, Governor Murphy issued a new executive order that designated firearms retailers as essential and allowed them to continue operations under social distancing guidelines. So we walked away. We had the court put the case on a suspense calendar, and we were glad that we were able to get results to protect people's rights without having to actually battle it out in a lawsuit. But then things blew up in Massachusetts. Up there, when Governor Baker had first issued the stay-at-home orders, he had not included firearms retailers as essential, but he had included firearms manufacturers as essential. And significantly, there are a number of Massachusetts gun stores that are actually licensed to do business as manufacturers. So at first, the stay-at-home orders didn't keep people from being able to buy guns or ammunition at a significant number of stores at first. Well, in late March, the federal government issued updated guidelines on essential services. And those guidelines included both firearms retailers and also firearms ranges as essential. And a couple days later, Governor Baker published a new list of essential businesses, and that list likewise included firearms retailers and ranges on the list of services that were considered essential. So this didn't go down so well with some of the other government leaders in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In particular, the Attorney General, Margaret Healy, had this to say. And it's significant that in other contexts, she was definitely of the opinion that the pandemic could not be used as an excuse to cut off access to constitutional rights. So in any event, within hours of the Attorney General and others raising the issue, the governor's office had updated its list of essential services to no longer include firearms retailers or ranges. But then to make things even worse, both the Commonwealth government as well as local authorities began to take action against the licensed manufacturers that had been selling guns. So now the channels for lawfully selling and buying firearms had actually been shut down. So in early April, we filed suit in the Massachusetts federal court, and like in New Jersey, we asked for an order directing the governor and the other defendants to allow gun stores to reopen. And just like in New Jersey, we were able to find a not insignificant number of plaintiffs who had Massachusetts gun licenses, but who didn't have any guns or ammunition. Now, the defense put forth by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts was a little interesting. Among other things, what they said is that they hadn't actually banned access to handguns because people with licenses could still buy handguns in private sales. And further, while it's not legal to sell ammunition without a license, they said that people could go to Walmart and buy .22 ammunition there. As we all know, Walmart does not sell handgun ammunition anymore. So then they went out and they found one ad for a .22 revolver that was for sale in a private transfer. That's their defense. So we got an expert involved, MASSAD AYOOB, and he issued the relatively unremarkable opinion that no, a .22 caliber handgun was not particularly effective or suitable for self-defense. You really needed a gun in a real caliber. And so then we spent 2 days over Zoom arguing the matter before a federal court judge in Massachusetts. And ultimately, on May 7, the court issued a preliminary injunction directing the governor and the other defendants to allow gun stores to reopen. What the court said at the hearing when granting the injunction was that while substantial deference is due to government leaders during times of emergency, the deference is due until it starts to impinge upon fundamental rights without some substantial basis for doing so. And further, while it was clear that there had been a conscious decision to exclude firearms from the realm of essential services, what the justification was for that was not clear. And when we're dealing with constitutional rights, some degree of clarity that tells us that it's necessary is perhaps, as the court explained, a foundational requirement. So since then, gun stores have been open in Massachusetts. In addition, shortly after the court's decision came down, the Commonwealth went into phase 1 reopening, and in that phase, both gun stores and ranges were allowed to operate, subject, of course, to pertinent public health requirements. So the court's preliminary injunction is still in force, and it looks like we can say that the right of Massachusetts residents to acquire and use firearms and ammunition is secure. Well, there are other cases that I've been handling over the past year that I would really like to be able to speak with you about, but I'm out of time. So for now, I'd like to thank you for supporting the Second Amendment Foundation and the right to keep and bear arms. Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Siegel. I'm an attorney from outside of Chicago, and it is my privilege to represent the Second Amendment Foundation as well as the Illinois State Rifle Association, for whom I serve as their general counsel in matters regarding the Second Amendment in Illinois and in places beyond. I'm here today to give you a recap of what's been going on in my neck of the woods since the last GRPC, when we could all be together, and hopefully next year's we will be able to be as well. But for now, this is what we get. The U.S. Supreme Court, as no doubt has been talked about, recently had 10 cases in front of it from which to choose to expand upon Second Amendment jurisprudence, clarify what the standards for analyzing Second Amendment cases are, and generally provide guidance to the lower courts on how to handle and approach Second Amendment cases, which not only would have benefited the courts, but would have benefited the parties and counsel as well. Unfortunately, as we probably all know, the Supreme Court turned down all 10 of them, and now we're kind of left in the boat we have been. But 2 of those cases were from Illinois. One was the Cook County, which includes Chicago, assault weapon ban. That case was Wilson versus Cook County. And the other one is the non-resident concealed carry application ban. and that was the case of Culp versus Raul. We thought we had a strong argument in both of them, well, as well as other of those cases in front of the Supreme Court requesting certiorari, and as we know, the court declined to take them. So we will keep pushing forward on those issues, looking for other ways to raise the issues, and looking for other situations that we might be able to get ourselves into court. The next situation that directly approaches Illinois, or directly impacts Illinois, is the firearm license, the FOID card. The FOID card has been the subject of much consternation and much frustration among Illinois residents. This has been made worse by the COVID pandemic, but certainly predates it. The Illinois Supreme Court, in fact, had the case back in September of last year and issued a ruling in January of whether the FOID law for someone who wished to have a long gun in their home for self-defense was constitutional at all. The Illinois Supreme Court, I believe, was faced with the situation where logically they had to strike the FOID law down, and instead they found a reason to punt and remand the case without deciding the issue at all. If you happen to see the Vivian Brown versus State of Illinois, or State of Illinois versus Vivian Brown, and you find that Illinois Supreme Court decision, if you read the dissent, it pretty much sums up my feelings exactly. And the court, the dissent in that stated pretty well why the court should have taken up the FOID issue, the Second Amendment issue, and it can only be surmised that the reason they punted was because they knew that if they didn't, they would have had to strike that FOID law down as unconstitutional. So that case has been remanded, and we are working to get that issue. They punted it, but we are working to get the issue back up through the courts so that the Illinois Supreme Court will not be able to punt on it the next time. So that is in the works. The other issues with the FOID card is that the state has all but stopped processing applications. The state law says it should take 30 days. It's taking much, much, much longer than that. We have filed a lawsuit, the Second Amendment Foundation and the Illinois State Rifle Association. We have filed a lawsuit over that failure to process applications. It is known as the Bradley case, and we are pushing that case forward. The state has admitted basically that it's in the wrong, and so we are hopeful that the lawsuit will prod the state to basically to do its job. The other FOID lawsuit going on is the appeal situation. People get their cards denied or revoked for wrongful reasons. They file the paperwork for an appeal, and the state does nothing with it. People wait 8 months, 10 months, years, sometimes for the simplest paperwork error. And we have filed suit that in federal court in the District of Illinois that is called the Thomas case, and we are pushing forward with that case as well, SAF and the ISRA. And we are hopeful as well that that will get the state, will prod the state to do its job and at least give people an answer. Some people file appeals. Maybe they're going to be turned down. Maybe their situation isn't as cut and dry, but they deserve an answer so that they can move forward, whether it's with a court appeal or whether or not it is to try again next time. But either way, they deserve an answer, and that's what we are trying to correct. Also, FOID renewals have all but stopped here. The state has admitted that they are not processing them. They've basically declared a moratorium, a grace period, if you will, for about a year. Problem is that's not, that's keeping people from being arrested for not having a FOID card, but people are running into problems with, say, background checks and purchases and ammunition purchases. And so we are working to address that situation as well. The final thing I wanted to talk to you about is the foster care / daycare situation that is right now going on over multiple states. The Johnson case in Michigan, the Attaway case in Missouri, and the Miller case in Illinois. Briefly, because my time is running out here. The Attaway case in Missouri, the state has changed the regulations prohibiting foster parents from having a functional loaded firearm for self-defense. They have changed that regulation. It is in the Missouri Register, and hopefully that matter will be official and resolved soon. The Michigan case, the state has changed its regulation somewhat. They've clarified it in other ways, and the remainder is headed to mediation in next month, actually, by the time you see this. And hopefully we will be able to come to a resolution that allays the state's concerns about safety, but also protects the Second Amendment rights of foster parents who should not have to give up their right of self-defense simply because they want to help out children. Here in Illinois, the case is pending. We are in the middle of discovery and depositions, and we will hopefully be moving that case forward. Obviously, COVID has put things on hold, but we have continued with the discovery. Now that the restrictions here in Illinois have eased up a little bit, we've been doing them all remotely, as of most people had to do their jobs that way. And that case is moving forward, and we are trying to remove the what would be called safe storage requirements for foster parents here in Illinois, as well as basically a handgun ban in daycare homes. Of course, none of these cases are about leaving firearms where children can get at them. Of course, that's not what this is about, but it is about making sure that the homeowner is not completely disarmed while engaging in that business, or just because during the day they engage in that business, they should still be allowed to have a firearm at least at night to protect themselves, but the state law prohibits that. So we are working to change those things, and I appreciate your time, and hopefully you're all staying safe and well, and next year we'll be able to do this in person. Take care.
I'm David Thompson of the firm of Cooper & Kirk, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you today. I've been asked to address recent events at the United States Supreme Court, what's happened over the last year, and where we go from here. Just to make sure we're all on the same page, I'd like to briefly review the cases that the United States Supreme Court has decided in the Second Amendment area over the last 12 years. There have been 3 of those cases. First, there was the Heller case in 2008, finding an individual right to keep and bear arms. Then in 2010, there was the McDonald case, applying the Heller decision to each of the states. And then third, there was the Caetano case, which involved a woman who was defending herself with a stun gun outside of the home. During that case, the pendency of that case, Justice Scalia passed away, depriving the conservatives on the Supreme Court of a working majority and ending in a per curiam decision. Just last year, the Supreme Court took a 4th case coming out of New York City. New York City had an extreme ban on carriage by any understanding. They prohibited the carriage of a firearm, even if it was locked and unloaded, to any place in the city except one of 7 designated firing ranges. So if you wanted to bring your firearm to a firing range in Nassau County or Westchester County, you were unable to.
If you wanted to bring your firearm to a second residence, you were unable to. And confronted with that extreme ban on carriage, the United States Supreme Court took up that case. Now, New York City convinced the legislators in Albany to repeal that law and thereby ended the case, mooting it out. And to understand what happens next, you need to understand that the United States Supreme Court had other cases that were working their way through the federal court system during the pendency of the New York City case. Those cases were being held, so the court hadn't decided to take them or to reject them. They were just in a holding pattern. And so when the New York City case became moot, there was a lot of speculation as to, well, what's going to happen next, which case is going to be taken. And to understand what happened, I want to give you a little bit of background about how the Supreme Court decides to take cases. To get the Supreme Court to take a case, you need a decision from a court of appeals. You need to file what's called a petition for a writ of certiorari, or a cert petition. It requires 4 members of the Supreme Court to vote to take the petition. And they look at 2 principal criteria. First, they look to see, is there a circuit split? There are 13 federal courts of appeals located throughout the United States. And the basic idea is that federal law is supposed to have a uniform meaning throughout the United States. So we don't want the Second Amendment to mean one thing in Massachusetts and another in Texas. And the same goes for other provisions of the Constitution or statutes. And that's particularly true when there's a wide and deep split. And by that I mean when you have multiple courts of appeals adopting conflicting interpretations. The second criteria that they look at is whether it's an important issue. If you're dealing with a fundamental constitutional right that affects tens of millions of Americans, that alone can be a reason for the court to take a case. And so there was a case pending in front of the Supreme Court that met these criteria. It came out of New Jersey. I filed it. It was a challenge to New Jersey's de facto ban on carriage for ordinary law-abiding citizens. The Third Circuit Court of Appeals had upheld that law in a case called Drake years earlier. But in the intervening time, the DC Circuit and the Ninth Circuit had struck down similar laws, thereby creating a circuit split. And it was a wide circuit split because you had the First, Second, Third, and Fourth Circuits on one side, and the DC Circuit and the Ninth Circuit on the other side. Of course, it was also an issue that affected tens of millions of Americans living in New York, New Jersey, Maryland, California, Massachusetts. And so it met all the criteria. And Supreme Court observers, myself included, thought the court was going to take one of those cases, and particularly that case, or a similar case out of Maryland or Massachusetts. It didn't happen. The Supreme Court denied cert on all of those cases. And Justice Thomas, joined by Justice Kavanaugh, wrote a dissent from the decision not to take the New Jersey carriage case. He lamented that in Heller, the court had been clear that text and history and tradition are what determine the meaning of the Second Amendment. And so many of the lower courts have brushed aside Heller's guidance and instead adopted an interest balancing test, which almost always leads to whatever gun confiscation or gun restriction a legislature can dream up. There were other cases that were in front of the Supreme Court at the same time that were also denied. There was a challenge to a ban on AR-15s. There was a challenge to the ban on sales of interstate guns. There was a challenge to California's micro-stamping law. All of those were rejected. That was a little less surprising because there was no circuit split in those cases. So where does that leave us? You might ask, why did the court, even though the criteria they typically look at had been met, why did they not take the New Jersey case, the carriage case? And the answer is, we'll never know. Presumably the 4 liberal members of the court didn't think they had a 5th vote, and presumably the conservative members of the court were concerned that they didn't have all 5 of their members together. And so, right now we're left to not know which justice was in play, but it seems like that is the most likely explanation. If we think about, well, what's the strategy for going forward? I think the strategy is to try to find more cases like the New York City case, cases which present a narrow issue allowing for an incremental approach to the interpretation of the Second Amendment. We also need to be looking to the Circuit Court. President Trump has appointed scores of outstanding Circuit Court judges who will follow Heller and adhere to the text and tradition and history behind the Second Amendment. Of course, the elephant in the room is the presidential election. If President Trump gets a second term, then he will undoubtedly and highly likely have additional appointments to the United States Supreme Court, which can allow supporters of the Second Amendment to take a much more aggressive approach. If Joe Biden is the president, supporters of the Second Amendment are going to be on defense big time for the next 4 years and potentially beyond. So I wish we were all gathered together so that I could answer your questions. Hopefully that will be the case next year, but thanks very much for having me today.
Hey guys, welcome in. I'm Ryan Gresham with Gun Talk Media, and today we're talking about communicating in a techno-totalitarian era. So yeah, the big tech companies, they make their own rules about what's allowed on their platforms, but they're enormous, and they are a really important communication tool for our world, for everyone really these days. If you don't have a YouTube channel, a Facebook page, a Twitter account, if you're a media company, or if you're a gun rights organization, or whatever it is, if you're a bakery, I mean, everybody has a page. So this is kind of very important for our communication to get the message out there. So just want to talk about a few of my thoughts on this, just to kind of set it up on the way I think about this, because we are a media company and focused on the marketing side of it. I'll kind of take it from how we approach things with this and how we think about, we use it on our channels, the Gun Talk Media channels. For us, we use YouTube, we use Facebook, we use Twitter. Tom Gresham, he's on Twitter. We use Instagram some, but we don't try to chase every single thing out there. We haven't dove into, TikTok and Snapchat and some of the other things too much, but kind of have to figure out what's important for you, what works for you. The newer freedom-friendly social networks are just not that big. No problem being there. And frankly, if you're on there, you probably have a bigger share of voice there because they're not as big. But when we're talking about reaching the masses, there are some people who will go, I don't want to be on those places. They restrict you and all this stuff. Well, yeah, but they're the biggest ones. And if you want to have a big voice and reach a lot of people, they're an important tool in the toolbox for you. You can be there. You can work those freedom-friendly networks, and maybe some of them keep growing, and you get a good audience there as well. One thing that's important to remember about these tech companies, it's their house. They make the rules. You can be mad about it, but it's their house. Just as an example, several years back, you may have remembered that Facebook, when you post things, it went to everybody who was a fan or someone who liked your page. And then all of a sudden, it started throttling back as Facebook figured out we got to figure out a way to make money. So now we're going to have a thing called boosting posts. And the story that was told to me is Facebook advertising got together with some of the biggest pages, the biggest advertisers out there. New York, Madison Avenue, those types of folks. And they had a meeting with Coca-Cola. And they explained all this stuff. So, you can still post to your page. You'll reach about 12% of the people who like your page. But if you want to really increase that reach, you have to pay to boost your post. VP of Marketing for Coca-Cola says, you're telling me I have to pay to reach my fans? Facebook goes, well, respectfully, they're Facebook fans. They're not your fans. So just remember, if they're my subscribers on YouTube, my fans on Facebook, they're not. It's YouTube's house. It's Facebook's house. They can do whatever they want. They can shut down your page. I guess you can be mad about it, but you shouldn't be surprised about it. But because they are so big, I think it's still worthwhile to be there. something I'll hear occasionally from certain gun channels, especially on the YouTube side of things, is, well, we're such big channels, they need us. Our revenue is important. No, they don't. They don't need you. You are very small. The gun topic, the gun world is very small to these giant tech companies. So no, they don't need us. Revenue and views are pretty, for our world, for our audience, is pretty small for them. Also, something important to know is they don't know anything about guns. Just to give you an example, I had a conversation with a Facebook rep, or I'm sorry, it was a YouTube rep, and I'll kind of get into talking about getting a rep for these places as well. But we were trying to just get a little clarification about what can we show or what should we not show, and we were talking about reloading. And I said, well, if you can't manufacture things, show manufacturing things, can we talk about reloading? She goes, well, I guess as long as it's not with a high capacity magazine. No, I'm talking about reloading ammunition. It's a standard thing that people do, and it's very safe, and I explained that. And it's kind of like, you realize they don't really know anything about this subject, and they don't really care. I mean, a lot of people who work there, they're not necessarily anti-gun, they just don't care. It's not their interest. So it's just something to keep in mind. If you have a large enough channel or a page, you might be able to get your own representative. When Gun Talk passed 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, YouTube reached out. And honestly, I wasn't even sure if this was real when YouTube reached out and said, hey, we'd like to connect you with a YouTube rep, help optimize your content and your channel and kind of talk about best practices. But actually, it was real. She works at YouTube over there in California and has been very helpful. What's kind of cool about that is, even though she admittedly is not a gun person and doesn't know who the heck we are, you having those conversations maybe monthly, maybe bi-monthly, and she connects and goes, you guys are okay. You're not bad actors here. And she can kind of go to bat for you. So that's something I would just encourage you to do. It may not work out, especially if you haven't grown your pages to a size where they feel like they need to do that, but you might be able to get a representative, and that's something important to do now before you get content taken down or they ban your channel, because at that point you're not going to be able to reach anyone. Use them, and I mean that like, yeah, I don't want, you're going to use them. Use them. Convert your fans, your subscribers, to more permanent places that you own and control. So for instance, your email lists, your website, those types of places where, okay, there's a lot of audience on YouTube or Facebook, but I know that they're not mine. It's kind of like building your house on rented land. So try to convert those people, if they're YouTube fans, to, hey, come to our website, sign up for our email newsletter, sign up for our app, whatever it may be. And that way you still have a connection with them, even if something changes from the big tech companies. Another thought, and you guys may have tried this in the past, I know that certain brands in our industry will do this from time to time. You can create a sterile site that's friendly to Google and to the tech companies when they're kind of searching your site to see what's there. For instance, Beretta. Beretta has done this. They have the apparel side of things, and they have a sterilized website that does not even have an image of people with guns. They're wearing the Beretta apparel. They're obviously sitting on a porch after a hunt or whatever it may be, but there are no guns in sight. There's no mention of the word guns or firearms or any of that. It's outdoors. It's that lifestyle side of things. The risk is the message could be watered down so much that it may not be worth it. You kind of have to judge that for yourself. I mean, our company is called Gun Talk, so there's kind of no getting away from that. But there are opportunities, maybe, and you talk about safety, you talk about preparedness. There are some opportunities there where you can tweak the message and maybe get approval on certain things you're trying to do, or posts that you're trying to boost, and those types of things. Have a backup plan for your content. If you're producing all this video content and all these posts, and the only place they are being posted to Instagram or YouTube or whatever, and the page gets taken down, you lose everything. And I know a lot of us are guilty of not having everything exactly organized. But whether that's a hard drive where you just automatically set yourself, when I post things to my YouTube channel, I also put that on the hard drive and it's organized in a similar fashion, so it sort of mirrors the content and kind of as a backup for you. So if you do get taken down, okay, at least I still have all of that there, and maybe even have a backup plan for a place where you can turn it on. I don't know if it's Vimeo or if it's another avenue that you're able to control more. One of the areas that we've kind of hedged our bets is on the OTT side of things. Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire. Still, we don't control everything there, but it's a little better and it's kind of a hedge against what could happen. Finally, another thing I would say is play whack-a-mole. What do I mean by this? Well, so when we post things, for instance, on YouTube, I would say about 50% of the videos that we post are deemed not friendly to advertisers. And every single one of them, I appeal. And I would say about maybe 70 or 80% of those get reversed. It's not as much about the revenue, but it's about getting the views and getting the message out there. That's also true if you're trying to boost posts. I would say it's just a game of whack-a-mole, knowing that maybe 8 or 9 out of 10 of your boosts are going to be denied, depending on what the subject matter is and who your organization is. But keep at it. And you're just, the goal may be, okay, my goal is not that I get 90% of them approved. My goal may be 10 or 20% of this stuff gets approved. And if it does get approved, I would say keep it going. Keep feeding the dollars on that campaign, because you never know. Once it's been approved, it may not get a second look, and you can run it as hard as you can for as long as you can. So those are just a few thoughts on dealing with social media and navigating your way through what can be tough for our subject matter and our organizations. Good luck out there.
Hello, I am Gene Hoffman. I am the chairman of the California Gun Rights Foundation, the artist formerly known as CalGuns Foundation, and I'm on the board of directors of SAF. I've been asked to talk to you about communicating in a techno-totalitarian era, and I may be somewhat specifically relevant in this category. One of my first roles when I first sold my company to PGP Inc. was figuring out how to end export controls in cryptography. So if you want to think about ultimate censorship, when you're actually up against the government, it's even harder than the current censorship we're all seeing on social media. But I want to break this down into two different things. First of all, I want to talk about the nuts and bolts of keeping your message up, because unfortunately, we'd all love it if Facebook and Twitter and others would be more permissive and less centrist in some ways. And less easy to be bossed around by various social forces that don't necessarily meet the social forces all across the United States. But the nice thing is there still seems to be an ability that the closer you get to the actual network, the actual fiber network, the more likely you are to be able to withstand deplatforming, your votes being censored. And, we got a pretty up close and personal version of this when Brandon Combs of the Firearms Policy Coalition and I launched Code is Free Speech to support 3D printed guns. And, it's really hilarious because Facebook changed their entire set of terms of use after they banned codisfreespeech.com. You cannot type the words codisfreespeech.com into any major social media service. But that's actually been useful for us. The Code is Free Speech website has generally stayed up. We have had some weird stuff around Cloudflare. But the fact that we in some ways can mock the platform by typing Code is Free Speech, DOTCOM, has been useful. And we still have a platform. By having our own website, by having deep control of it, it's much harder for the anti-gunners, the politicians, and others to try to pressure these services into deplatforming you. And in fact, to the extent you can, fiber to the home, a good cable connection, one of the things you have to think about is whether you'll self-host, whether you literally have a machine at your house that is your web server. You need to have your own domain name. Often even you want to buy your domain name from non-US domain providers so that they kind of stay out of the political fracas. Though I will say that so far, folks like Google and Amazon and others have been okay on the DNS registrar side. And you want to use the tools that are available. The good news is running a real website these days, even if you're not super technically sophisticated, is doable. One of the things that's a little easier than that is actually, of all things, GitHub and GitHub Pages. GitHub's well known for being where most open source software is downloaded from, but it's also an ability for you to self-publish a website. And because GitHub is such a source code centric thing, now parent Microsoft has generally steered clear of any sort of content regulation outside of what's purely illegal. And I think there's good reason to believe that that will continue up to and including that thing. Microsoft has, for example, pushed back on the U.S. government about trying to get foreign information off Microsoft servers domestically. They have been a bit of a friend of free speech, and so I think that's been interesting. And the thing about GitHub Pages, if you look up Jekyll or Docusaurus, these are tools that let you pretty darn easily on any computer build and test your website and one-click publish it up to GitHub Pages, and then it will sit there at your URL and be available. Once you have that kind of central actual place to drive users to, things like building an email list, maybe Substack, but it is to be seen if Substack is going to continue to be willing to push back on the censorousness. But having an actual email list, having actual readers of your blog, that's the closest we're going to get until Web 3. What's Web 3? Web 3 is the promise that blockchain and blockchain adjacent services might start to replace things like Twitter and Facebook. Blockchains are very good at money and money adjacent. They're not necessarily very good at the things that people want out of Web 3. So I don't think you need to hold your breath, though I do think there's promise over the long term there. But so when you actually stake out a real position, a real blog, an ability to get engagement and keep audience, I think that's what you have to do to be able to withstand the censoriousness that's out there. And that's the way you own your actual audience. And there's no mediary. Twitter can't remove your audience from you. But now you can actually go out, once you have that readout, that stake in the ground that's pretty safe from the censors, and use those platforms to still gather audience creatively. In the codisfreespeech.com example, we routinely mock everyone for having pulled down software code on software sites who support open source software. Those are the kinds of messages that work. And that brings me to what I think is the other important thing right now. I jokingly say that BC now stands for before COVID. Things have changed pretty radically. I think we're going through an interregnum, a change in political climate. And, look, there's some obvious pieces in the gun rights world. So many new gun owners, everyone who used to laugh at us when we said that society is a thin veneer and often the most times when you need the police are the least times they will come. Folks in Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C., others, people who always thought that only the police should have firearms, found out that when they called 911, they basically got the equivalent of a busy signal or, sir, take care of yourself. It's also fascinating, and this was something we had noticed early on, is that BLM has never been comfortable with the traditional gun rights organizations. Early in BLM's life, the gun rights organizations came to BLM and said, of course, you're going to support gun control. And their response was, all those laws that you think are attacking white people in New Hampshire are in fact falling on young black men in Philadelphia. And in fact, that's what the data says, is that gun control really impacts the non-white community. It doesn't impact white people. And that's bad. Regardless of your views of BLM, I certainly think that it's easy to say that we need to do something about decreasing the amount of police violence at the police violence protests. In so doing, the interregnum changes the story. So one of the things I want to caution everyone is that we need to stop playing the classic culture wars. Like, it's not the way to get more gun owners. The way we get more gun owners is to get more democratic gun owners, to get folks who are new to it, to get folks who are inclusive of it. Now, I think we're actually better than that, than the other side thinks we are. I don't hear anybody complaining when we saw the new Black Panthers out there marching armed. That was exactly right. And those protesters did not get bashed. But the other side now has a problem. You have traditionally democratic organizations, anti-gun rights organizations, out there saying they want more gun control but less police. This hypocrisy is a perfect opportunity for us to really push home the gun control message of gun control is for privileged people to keep everybody else down. And, just the pure irony of listening to Brady and Mom's Demand say that cops are bad, but we need cops to go door to door to confiscate your firearms is something we can continue to make hay on. And I think that's just the beginning. I think there's going to be a lot of very significant changes as lots of people found out that that story they were told that they could mail order a firearm was hokey and that they had to go stand in line wearing a mask for a day to try to get a firearm and not much was left. I think those folks got a rude awakening on what gun control in America really looks like and how most of what they think they want is already there or is worse than they expected it to be. So by being more creative, by starting to think about how to get folks to care about guns as a rights issue, regardless of party, regardless of the rest of the package of culture, is critically important. Folks like Open Source Defense, others are doing a very good job of starting to help people understand ways to express this differently. And, they say something important, and that is that guns are virus, and I think that's a very good statement. The virus of guns is that once you have one, all of a sudden you realize they're enjoyable, that they bring you safety, and that the demonization of them is really about power and not about guns. And, we are going through a period, and it is to be seen, that the powers that be aren't going to powers that be that are very shortly. Apologies for putting that poorly. I'll say it differently. There's a change in the guard. Baby boomers are no longer going to be our leaders. It's up to folks in the under 45 category. We are a different crowd, and we're followed behind by a very different crowd as well. Video gamers and now people who have, in some ways been promised a wonderful world, but then 2008 and then 2020. So I think that the politics of everything are going to change, but what's not going to change is that the slow and inevitable progress of all rights has been to being more broadly protected, more available, and I think you're going to see the lagging indicator of the new judiciary at the federal, appellate, and district level start to leak through, things like magazine bans being struck in California being the evidence there. Obviously, we need the Supreme Court to support us, but now, that said, one of the things we need to be doing is we need to be pushing back on these platforms saying that what we're talking about isn't something that they should be taking down. It is really going back and making a much different conversation, like the Microsoft Gun Club is really big, actually, and Facebook has a large group of shooters internally. We need more of us and them to work together to make sure that the senior executives who are dealing with the political pressure understand that, in fact, there are a pretty even mix of us out there. And in fact, gun ownership may actually be a majority position. Professor from Wake Forest, whose name pops out of my brain, I apologize, sir, but he says it well, guns are normal and normal is guns. And that's very true. We need to be harping on that message, and we need to be making the other side eat their own actual culture war message and feel the hypocrisy of it. Thank you.
Hey everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this virtual gun rights policy conference. I'm here to talk to you about our outreach program, 2A Gaming. Now, I talked about this project a little bit in Arizona last year, and since then we've seen some great growth. From streaming on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch with almost 100,000 views, to making contacts within both the firearms industry and gaming industry, we're excited to what 2021 will bring. So while the main goal of the project originally was to build a bridge between the gaming and 2A communities, there were events throughout the year that actually added on to that. We saw high schools ban one of the most popular games in the world from competition because it involved firearms. Streaming grew at an absolutely ridiculous pace. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris both came out targeting video games because of their views on guns. So when Fortnite was banned, we heard from kids across the country and worked on reaching out to the school districts to figure out what was going on. It's crazy to think that these kids watched a 16-year-old win $3 million on ESPN, and a few months later were told they couldn't compete because guns. 5 of the top 7 most watched video games online are games that involve firearms. These are some of the highest paid esports in the world, yet because of their content, they're being attacked. Now is the perfect time to be making friends and building bridges with the gaming community. Nobody knows these attacks better than law-abiding gun owners. And remember how I said streaming grew? Twitch went from 3 billion hours watched, which is already crazy if you think about it, to 5 billion. YouTube grew by 50% and Facebook grew by 67%. This is the place we want to be so that we can reach more people who might know about firearms, but might not know their rights and why they're important. And the last thing I want to talk to you is probably something you've heard a lot during this conference so far. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are no friends to gun owners. Interestingly, they chose to make their dislike of video games public as well. So I talked about last year how there are about 48 million gamers who play video games that involve guns, and they vote actively. That number has only gotten bigger as we see gun sales and the number of people playing games breaking records. 2A Gaming focuses on not making guns a partisan issue. We want to protect the Second Amendment for everyone. The Second Amendment can be fun. So if you want to check us out, our website is 2a.gg, and on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube, just search 2A Gaming. I hope you all stay safe, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. And again, thank you so much for joining us for this first virtual GRPC.